For those who may be coming back with us, I do apologize for the sound glitch and sound technical difficulties earlier. It was playing for a whole hour and I just didn't know this. But it was a pre-recording anyway, so thank God that I wasn't just sitting here. Right now this is I'm talking right now. This is I'm speaking live, but the um the actual sound. Let me just add this to the playlist, proper playlist here. Okay, good. There we go. And what I really want to do is just check the sound before I go any further. That is always the smart thing to do, of course. Okay, so let's do that. And then we can continue. And again, if you're on Rumble, I apologize about that too. And so 1 hour and 43 minutes. Okay. So let's see. Okay, so the sound sounds good. So now let me just make sure that the presentation, let me share it here and just make sure that, let's see, that it's playing correctly. Okay, there we go. Let's see. Okay, so I'm not going to play the sound and I'm just going to make sure that's good. And if I don't come back on live, then I mean it's good. The D'Angelo music party is also live. That's why I'm kind of bummed that that's the only thing is like we're behind 1 hour and 43 minutes. But other than that, we'll be good. God bless. Hello, this is Kylie J.N.S. with Naka University, and happy Friday. Hope you guys are having a great Friday and a great week. And so this is a pre-recorded stream. Now we will be live for the second half in terms of the D'Angelo music party, but we are pre-recording this in advance. And so obviously, as you can see in the title, we want to discuss some new frameworks for music touring, and we're going to also get a little bit into a pilot initiative that I was thinking about called the Joy Influencer Program um, for artists. And so we'll discuss that a little bit later on. But the first thing that I wanted to talk about was like, in lieu of major changes in music and how music is distributed and even celebrated, I wanted to talk about, what type of things can work for the independent artists and for established artists that may have seen a decline in music tour sales, so ticket sales for touring. And so it came to my knowledge that it's been rough for tours in terms of these stadiums, like selling out these big old stadiums. And I was kind of not shocked, I have to say, especially with the artists who have been having the difficulties. I think that should have just been obvious. But I wanted to talk about that. I'm like, that's interesting to me because I'm like, well, you know, when we talked about like having cruelty-free artistry and you know, fair ethical practices for the independent artists and for even artists who wants to sign, but I suspect that there's going to be a decentralized apparatus for music artists. And so it would be some sort of quasi independent, quasi structure, not necessarily being signed or having a contract. I think that's going to be obsolete, but the structure and the framework of how artists do music, I do think we're going into a new framework of that, like a new, you know, way of distribution. Like we talked about how like people could do the flash drive method for their in-person physical versus, having to go back to the CDs and the vinyls, because a lot of people are not going to buy CD players and whatnot. And so we talked about, still in time and in tune with the tech that we have now, which is, USB and flash drives and whatnot. So we talked about that method, that is on this channel under the music department. I do have to add that in there. I actually want to, but I think the title was Framework for Music Distribution, and we talked about offline method for the independent artists. And so that's just one method. Obviously, there's going to probably come be more advanced methods, I could imagine. But when we talk about like the framework for music touring, I think what's going to happen in conjunction with distribution online, in terms of like it was called DistroKid and Bandcamp and all those things, and TuneCore, and maybe even some new, more robust or developed in local similar methods of that nature, as tantamount to like a distro kid. Is it called distro kid or Bandcamp and distro, something like that? But then I was thinking of like, well, what about when people want to go on tour? Like, a lot of times they say that's the best way you can make your money. And then what happens in lieu of sales, ticket sales that don't, sell tours that don't sell out. A lot of times they've gotten canceled. I actually saw like somebody made like a whole, not like a documentary, but like a whole video, a visualizer rather, of like the tours and what's going on in the industry and how many people have had to cancel tours and whatnot. And so I was like, well, the first thing I noticed is they trying to sell out these huge stadiums across the country. The ticket prices are so expensive for the economy, and then what people value in terms of their leisure time, is it going to the concerts? Is it that particular artist that, like, I'll say this, certain artists can pull off tours and people will go no matter what, right? But then there's some artists that people are listening to their music and streaming their music, but they're not really interested in seeing them in tour or seeing them live or tour. And so sometimes I think people have to have more self-awareness of what type of artists are you? Are you more local, more fit for venues, festivals, more fit for, you know, what's it called? Joint collaborations with tour or with someone else's tour. Like sometimes I think people have to be honest. Like I saw that Bobby Shmurda, for instance, he had to cancel his tour. And like he had this stadiums, huge stadiums all across the country. And in one of those huge stadiums, he only sold 8 tickets. 8. Okay. And so we're dealing with an industry that has used payola and has used bots to prop up the illusion of popularity, of fame, and then even streams, sales, all of these things. And so when it translates back into the real world, in terms of who buys a ticket, who shows up, you'll notice the disconnect. And it's precisely because the illusion is built up around the artist, especially in an age of online. All you got to do, is send them those servers with them bots. You can make any posts go viral. You can pay for anything. You can pay an influencer to prop up or plan a story about this person. All types of crazy stuff go on. It's whole YouTubers on people's payroll to promote artists in a good light. And it's not just with YouTubers, but it's blogs and stuff. And so all of those things, I don't think existed, at least when I was growing up, or at least it wasn't as popular, and I'm 33 years old, but like I just remember people actually having to rely on the actual talent. Like, like I'm a 90s baby, and I heard some stuff on the radio that's like I still jam to. So it didn't really hear a bunch of drama and hoopla and all these things about the artist. You saw to some pretty good music, or you got to listen to some pretty good music rather. And so today you'll see this disconnect with a person that may appear incredibly popular, um, online, and then when there's time for their tour, like a Bobby Shmurda, they're only selling 8 tickets. And see, on YouTube, you can prop up the algorithms and X's and algorithms, but the people, that never lies, unfortunately. Um, well, fortunately, but it's unfortunate if you are the one using the bots and using all of that that stuff to appear to be, larger than what a person actually is. And so it wasn't just Bobby Shmurda that had that issue. You had Trippie Redd, you had it was so many. And in particular, I noticed the genre. I noticed the genre and even the type of music within that genre. Because obviously, you know, on the video I was watching it with all the people that had, I think it was the baby had to cancel his tour. Um, it was just a video just showing all these people had to cancel their tour. But with Bobby Shmurda's case, he did 8 years in prison. Okay. The last song that I can remember was Hot Nigga. And so I have to say, um, that was 10 years ago. Hot Nigga was what, 12 years ago? Maybe not quite 10. Yeah, maybe not quite 10. But I know he did 8 years in prison, so it got to be around that. But when you think of something like that, you couldn't possibly um think in 2025 that Bobby Shmurda can sell out a whole stadiums across the country. And I actually think the powers that be was kind of fucking with him because he did 8 years in prison and he only had 8 ticket sales. I think they was playing with him, even with that. Real talk. And so that strategy for him would not work for an artist given his situation, even if he got good music or not good music, new music rather. Um, I think even I guess we could say good music too, but I think what would work for him is the local venues, particularly, especially if he's still cool, say in the New York area, in the Brooklyn area, that type of scene. For one, you want to go where you loved and well known, and obviously a lot of people know that Hot Nigga song, and then don't be afraid to sing that, to perform that song or your other songs at some of these local festivals. It's every county, every state, every has a festival. Stop being prideful. Offer your services, to perform your best hit, your best song, or a cover even. Like people be trying to Madison Square Garden. That's not important. Some people can do it, but I'm saying it's not important right now. Like to be thinking like that, and then you got to cancel your your whole tour because the overhead's not going to make it. You're not going to profit. You'll be in the hole, or the sales are not there. Well, they got other avenues for you to make money. Especially if you're independent, you can get more off the top. But um, for the other artists, for artists in general, I think that the joint collaboration is going to be key. Possibly, if you're going to do stadiums, joint, you could do joint. And so by that, we're talking about like um teaming up with other people who you think are in the same genre, have the same audience and whatnot, and then go on tour that way. You could do that. You can do oldies but goodies tour. You can do neo soul tour. Seriously, the neo soul tour, that probably be a banger across the country. I ain't telling you, a neo soul tour, especially in Lou, we got, the member the Soulquarians and all that shit. And D'Angelo just passed. R.I.P. D'Angelo. You know, I'm an Aquarius. But they had the Aquarians back in the day. Blau, D'Angelo, Jay Dilla, and they all Questlove and all. They always just make music together for fun. like as a craft. And so, you know, don't be afraid to explore the joint tours based on genre and based on, even relevancy, of course. You want to make sure that both and whoever's on that tour can hold their own. And we talking about not people like within your camp. You may have to deal with another label or something, or another management, or another aspect of logistics when you going on a joint collaboration. you know that could be an option for um the tour, but we're not talking about in a sense of, okay, someone's going to headline, someone's going to do this. I think this stuff has to be basic, fair, and make sense. It has to be logical. And so, like say with Bobby Shmurda and the baby and Trippie Redd, maybe they should have they all had to cancel their tour, all three of them. But what if they did all, decide to tour together and just go city to city? Who else? From especially around the festival times, and see what festivals are in your city, local venues, if you can do stadium, then try for it. But to be honest, even if y'all just did festivals, the drill festival, whatever it is, you could do a drill. Y'all could start a drill festival and have drill artists. No violence, no guns, no nothing. And the artists need to say that too. If y'all gonna do this drill shit, because y'all love the drill stuff, fine. But y'all need to make it very clear as the artist, no gun free, violence free. Because drill be talking all types of, yeah, this is just for entertainment purposes only. These lyrics are for entertainment purposes only. And y'all could probably, the local drill artists in your city and whatnot, I could probably have these little venues up and have that nice little festival. The thing is, you want to get into the business of understanding the logistics as far as numbers and profit and what you get off the table and where the rest of the money is going. I'll tell you that. Like if you're gonna work with promoters and managers and the booking event and all that, what's it called? I think they call it talent buyer, the concert promoter, the talent buyer, your promoter, your other local bands, your online booking tools. Make sure you know where the money is going and if your cut is fair before you agree to anything. That's why I would prefer this to be a little a parallel infrastructure, totally independent of the music industry with all that contract stuff. I would really like for people that are going to make the commitment to stay out of the B system, to start to think of those type of things of creating that parallel infrastructure where the independent artists call the shots, meaning like they're in control of, they understand where the money is going, how many tickets they can possibly sell, what they're getting, how much they're getting, and what to expect and whatnot. It's very simple agreements, not all of this slave contract type stuff. Very, very, very simple that even a child can understand. Like not like that type of thing. Because obviously you do want to have some sort of agreements as far as like, well, so and so is performing from blah 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 da da da. I don't know what else is in here. This is not my arena. I admit that. That particular part at least. But you want to get the estimation of the time, what you're expected, the dates, things with transportation, lodging, all that those type of things. Basic stuff, but keep it simple. It doesn't have to be, because this is not an exploitative measure. It's just, providing entertainment for your local communities and whatnot. And you're even maybe not local communities, but even state. And encouraging, community, they got block parties. Remember Dave Chappelle did that block party event? Y'all can start doing stuff like that too. It don't even have to be like no formal festival. You can look for that permit that you may need to obtain to throw something like a block party. I mean, a block party concert. And then you can charge a fair fee for entry, but then like free food or something. It includes your food It includes, have people grilling and ask people in the community to volunteer hot dogs and grilling and all that stuff. You know, then you can have like balloon paint, what's called balloon blow ups, face painting, those type of things too, and your own block party. And you can do this all over we have in block party. And you know which zip codes and communities listen to what type of music. So if you can have a jazz block party. If you go to certain, say if you're a jazz artist, you can do it that way and have other jazz artists, and then you could go to certain, even have called it a block party festival and travel. The whole festival was literally just block party, right? The festival was called block party, right? And I'm pretty sure somebody gonna take this idea and run with it. Pay me back on the back end if you get a chance. That's all I ask. Have a music festival called Block Party. You can have certain themes or genres. It depends. Pick a time in the summer when you want to do it. If you want to do with genres, yes, hear me out. Music festival called Block Party around the summertime, right? Particularly around the Juneteenth time. Have a bunch of different themes for the block party in different parts of the country. Charge for the ticket just for entry. That's to see all the artists, and that's for face painting, balloons, all that shit. Water guns. Yes, you're going to have to invest in some water guns because niggas love water guns. And their food. I think we already said that. You have grill, and vendors. Okay, charge the vendors. Well, actually, what you can do with vendors is you're charging enough just so that they can so that you can. You charge the vendors just enough so that you can cover what you need as far as buying food, as far as buying freezies, to pay the face painters, to pay the what's the balloon people and all that shit. So you can have vendors too. Block Party called Festival around summertime, Juneteenth. Now it's different genres. Look up your states. Look at what's popular. You're gonna have to look up the permits. You're gonna have to get the promoter. You can obviously it's probably gonna be an urban crowd with Block Party. You can probably, obviously anybody gonna go to the Block Party, right? But I'm saying with the genres, if you like say one genre for the block is called Block Party Jazz. Block Party Jazz is in where's jazz popular at? Block Party Jazz New Orleans. Block Party Hip Hop Atlanta. Block Party Neo Soul New York. Wherever, I'm just saying, I'm just giving examples. I'm just, I'm throwing, or Block Party Philly, the Block Party Neo Soul Philly, because a lot of them come from Philly. Block Party, let's see what other genres. You can do Block Party Drill, Chicago. Okay, just different. It's a festival though, but they see the genres are different everywhere throughout the country. Now we like Coachella, but it's on steroids because it's at the same weekend, but it's in different states and it's by genre. So niggas will have to travel. You might want to change it every year so people get a chance to travel to different places. Make it fun, make it communal, make it affordable, and have some good acts and good talent. And so that's where when you have the block party, obviously you're going to have your local people. It's a block party. Oh shoot. And then you're going to have probably people from the surrounding areas and out of state come, depending on the artists. And so if you have, you also have block party R&B, right? Forgot about, how did I forget about R&B? Block party R&B, where could that be? Block party R&B, Detroit. Block party R&B, you can also do Atlanta too. Block party R&B, North Carolina, Charlotte or something. And then that's when you have the festival, but then you have the group of artists, okay? And so the group of artists, say for Block Party Neo Soul, that could be some of the people that's interested in participating, and then neo soul artists that we grew up loving. I don't want to just throw people all out, but just to say, for example, I'll just name some people that transition. Say, for example, like Block Party Neo Soul. in Philly. You would have Jay Dilla, just imagine if Jay Dilla and D'Angelo and Angie Stone, um, and probably some other people that's living. And they, you go see Black Party, uh, Neo Soul, and around Juneteenth in Philly. Hey, everybody, oh shit, we gotta get prepared for that. Oh, that's next year. Oh shit. Oh yeah, because I definitely want to see. Okay, they got Robert Glasper motherfucking ass coming out. Oh, I gotta go see that. What? I'm just saying. Then you can have um Block Party R&B. There's a bunch of R&B artists. Those who's going on tour around there, then they got something every year, but then they can do, the in the mean, throughout the year they can do um the local small venues in other counties. Um, you know, but we want something fair. But that's just an example. I mean, you can obviously that's just one idea for a festival. There's also existing festivals. Okay, I'm just talking about creating a new one for independent artists and for these artists who say, "Oh, I can't sell a tour." Okay, chill. Come together. Block. Keep it small. Keep it communal. Start. Big ass stadiums. Oh, I need to do the Square Madison Garden Stadium. No, just have the festival. Invest in some. You're gonna have to obviously get a nice venue and all these things. You're going to invest in some good equipment and whatnot. But keep it simple. Cut your price in half instead of having to cover for all this stadium stuff and it, insurance stuff. Do something outside for the weekend. Maybe a couple of weekends. Maybe you have 2 weekends in a row or something. The festival, and then you look and you're combining your talents, combining the energy. And another thing is, like I said, look at the other festivals around, local festivals, um, local events like the Taste of Buffalo. They do covers, right? You remember the Taste of Buffalo? They probably got a taste of everything. They taste of New Orleans everywhere, and they used to have local artists do covers of performing and all these things of music, live music. And so you might want to look at those type of things too. And remember they had the Italian show, the art festival. They have art festivals. They have an Italian festival, Greek festival. These are just stuff I grew up going to. Juneteenth festivals, all those things. Don't be afraid or don't feel like you got to be all in your ego where you don't, seek out to offer your services in terms of music to put a little extra money in your pockets. There's nothing wrong with calling up, for your local Juneteenth, whatever, and say, "Look, I'm Bobby Schmurdo. Look, I'm da da da. I got a hit song. I want to know if you could do a paid performance, this summer or next summer or some shit like that. Whatever it is. I hear you guys do live music for your Juneteenth. And go small and local. So keep it, I'm serious. You could do, performances probably at a couple of the Juneteenth celebrations. May have to drive here, then drive 45 minutes to get to the next one, and drive, but this is just to keep things independent and keep people being able to put food on the table and whatnot, given the changes in the music industry, so people could, focus on music without having to resort to the AI stuff, to be honest. Because a lot of that's probably like where a lot of things they're gonna try to attempt to make things go. But I don't think that's necessarily the wisest decision to make. I think that we should have a parallel infrastructure where independent artists who want to do things offline, who want to online and offline, rather online and offline, and still be more in control of where they're performing. They can do small venues, the local venues. Also, don't be afraid to call it a community center either. Seriously. And you know how the community centers may have events. Look at these community center events and see and try to sell tickets locally, especially if you're real popular in your local neighborhood and you are independent and you coming up or people know you in the city. Don't be afraid to throw a little local show at the community center. a local show and charge $5 and whatever cash or put $6 Bitcoin, whatever it is, however much you want to charge. You make sure you understand how much it's going to cost to rent that community center for how many hours, seats, look at the seats and whatnot, how many people can fit, and then how many people can that you think you how many tickets you think you can sell locally. It's a community center, and then you times that by how much you're gonna make, and then you got to pay for your speakers, uh, equipment, probably security, net. I'm pretty sure it's plenty of things. You guys know about it more than I do, but then you add that up and then subtract it from and see if you're breaking even. And as far as how much you're charging for your ticket, you may need to go up, you may need to go down, but keep it really simple. It ain't no, just keep it basic. If you got friends and family that can do your sound and do your security, then use that. I'm talking for especially the young people, young artists. But you perform at the community centers and call them up yourself. You're 19 years old. Call and say, I would like to book your venue so that I can throw my small little concert, or well, don't say small little concert. Say I can throw my concert. Um, and I need it from this time to. Well, I mean, you guys know how to say that. You guys know the right jargon. You can also do school gyms. Um, if you need to rent out the school, contact the school. If you and see about renting out the school gyms to throw your concert too. What's wrong with that? Especially if you live in a city that say you grew up in, or if you're even marginally popular. Maybe you may already be somewhat popular or really popular. What's wrong with just calling it the community center? Why does it have to be the Madison Square Garden? And then you cancel the tour I got sick. You only sold like 8 tickets because everything was fronting. I was just fronting. I want you, babe. So, I mean, seriously, that community center, call the community centers, school gyms to rent out to do your concerts, and then your local venues. Like they even got this candlelight concert. T-Pain had to cancel his concert. T-Pain, why didn't you contact Candlelight? You got a nice body of work. You got Chopped and Screw. You got what's it? Oh, I can't believe it. You got Blame It, or whatever, or even new stuff, new stuff. But I'm saying, why you didn't contact Candlelight so that they could, y'all can probably do something that way. Like T-Pain said, he was honest about why he canceled it. He said he said all them people be lying, talking about he said they didn't have a record, had the sales. Okay, but okay, T-Pain, you have a nice catalog, so why aren't you calling the community center, throw a concert, local venues? You can throw your own tour, motherfuckers. Yeah, I mean, seriously, you can throw your own tour in your own magical head. How? Um, I'm going on a nationwide tour, from city to city at will, when you want. By what? Calling the community centers and booking it, charging, seeing what they're gonna sell your tickets that way. Yeah. You can definitely put the event up on Eventbrite. All different types of venues you can use to sell your tickets. That's easy. That's online. Okay, that's easy. You can also take cash in online card, the app card reader with the phone right at the door. That's how, seriously, all the way up into the door, because we're talking about community center. Okay, church, gym, and all these, church and all that stuff. Gym. What's wrong with these things? Use it. Cut your cost in half. Okay, cut your cost in half and do your music, sing your music. People still want to hear these things, especially if you are a real true artist that just wanted to express your soul, wanted to do it from a place of just fun. And then also you have to be compensated for providing that service. There's people who will go to a local concert just cause, and then it's like, okay, you call up some small town, say Dublin Community Center. Oh, T-Pain's coming, niggas. Okay, tickets are this much. Go get them. $15, $20. I don't know, maybe cheaper. I don't know how this stuff works. T-Pain coming 300, 500, maybe 1,000 people, a thousand people, 1,000 people, 2,000 people. I don't know. It could be 3,000. You have to see, you have to play around with things. Maybe the first time you have some kinks. Try to get a profit your first time. Keep it simple. I don't understand. I said sound, keep the people, the amount of people around to a minimum, so you don't have to, don't complicate it. And that's just one thing I could think of. They got, because I'm saying, like, the candlelight, that's a pretty cool little thing. I think that's state to state too. Festivals. Okay, T-Pain, you used to wear the circus hat. Why, you could definitely do some festivals and all these things. Um, I don't understand. Or you can go on a tour in your head. Like, just call up, like, it don't take much. You can go next week. You can probably start that. You call it the community center. Was it Wichita, Kansas, or something, and say, look, I want to go. I want to do uh, book your community center, and uh, for this time for my concert. I want to do I'm doing independent concert. Okay, they probably will let you book it. Okay, you're in control of your sound. They probably want to give you some guidelines. You're gonna have to hire security, whatever. You're gonna have to um, go with the zoning laws and parking. Just check all those things out. Don't complicate it. Probably have to pay a deposit or some sort. See how many tickets. Put it up there. Announce it. Have a nice flyer for it. Get it out there. Do a little pay. Have a small budget for marketing. Market in the local area and keep it um walk-ins of welcome. Walk where they can come all the way up into the day of and still buy tickets even at the event itself, because you want cash too. Shit. You want to make sure you're dealing with it, so they can pay all the way up into the event. And the event can start. They may even be letting them in after the event start. Things are changing. We got to get creative, and we have to be open, because obviously music is always going to be forever. It's going to be universal. It has to evolve, not devolve. It has to evolve, not turn to AI slop. It has to keep going. We have to protect this craft. It ain't going to be no big popular music all the time where that sells to the masses. When you can perfect your sound, not even perfect, rather, but hone in on your sound, the way you like to produce, and your signatures and your craft, and express your soul to the public through your music, your message through your music, and who you are through your music. That's all you got to do. So, but people love entertainment, and people love going to see good talent. And so, festivals where there's multiple forms of entertainment. Be mindful of the price, because people are opting. I'm telling you, people are opting to go to festivals where there's multiple artists versus just going to every single last artist. You throw tours all at the same time. People ain't going to go see all this drill artists in one summer and all this stuff, or in 1 year, rather, even in 1 year. So you're gonna have to separate. I mean, not separate. Combine some of these artists. Uh, do festivals. People like the festival thing. Um, and even the joint tour. People will go see a joint tour, but try to, like I said, you won't have to uh start with that, like that block party stuff too. And so, a lot of mainstream pop is falling off. The underground. Hey, I just want to do a sound check, but I also, in the meantime, I wanted to show, an example of what I'm talking about. So D'Angelo did a festival. Let me just see, with his for his last album, The Vanguard. And so, he was doing a lot of local festivals. Let me just pull it up real quick. Not even local, I would even say national festivals too. Let's just see if I can find it. Okay, so he did concerts. This one was, I'm not going to play the sound, but this one was at the North Jazz. I want to say North Sea Jazz. And so let's just share it real quick. And also because it wasn't good. So let me just make sure that sound is good again. Okay. Good stuff that D'Angelo was doing. I actually like this particular performance. It's really good. So let me just make sure this D'Angelo was doing actually. Okay. So, he was getting real spirited at this particular performance. It was a good performance. It was of the Vanguard. And so he was doing a lot of stuff, you know, um, at festivals too. This is the North Sea Festival. It was a pretty good show. I did watch a little bit of it yesterday. And he was, I mean, he was in good spirits, you know. Now, when was this? This was a year ago? Oh, but it was in 2015. Okay. So that's important. It was in 2014. So sorry, 15 in the Nile, the Netherlands. Okay. And so this is North Sea Jazz Festival. And so this is an example, and this is a live band. As you can see, they got live instrumentation. So I also think that's dope too. Piano, um, drums, as you can see, all of that. So let me see this one. I think that's keyboard rather, right? Live singers and stuff. And so dope stuff. He was getting tired and whatnot. And we are going to talk about them a little later. Um, but let's get back. And I also wanted to make sure. Let's get back to the actual presentation. So we're good on time, or decent on time, rather. And we have Michek Mag. Michek Mag. I hope I said your name right. And much love. Much love to you as well. Appreciate you stopping by. This is much love. Love is all we need, right? Just let me continue. Okay, got to share the actual screen. That would be nice. So I have to actually share the screen if you're on Rumble. Apologize about that. And so I caught it quickly though. So let's make sure that. Okay. So I just wanted to make sure that the right screens were playing. And Michek Mag said D'Angelo represented bro musicianship. See, that I agree with. He totally did. It was an art form. It was a craft. And like I said, we do talk about him and his experiences in the industry, as well as Miss Angie Stone. We are going to get into them for a little bit. And like, as you can see, I call myself trying to do my little afro. I wanted to look like Angie Stone, so that's why I had got picked out an afro. And I was like trying to feel myself because I usually do press and curl or one of those wash and go and stuff. So I said I want to because back in the day, you know, having that big afro, that was the look, especially if you pick it out. And I used to wear that at Buff State. I used to like that more. This look right here, I used to wear this a lot at they'll stay. So I wanted to copy Miss Angie Stone with an afro. It's just hair at the end of the day, but I mean, people like to look good. So, so let's continue. Let's see. Please, sure. Okay. Like X and Juice Pop and Pop Smoke, a lot of them, these people are dying. King Von, all these people, like a lot of you notice, they started using it, the death clause and the insurance. It was kind of like, it's kind of dangerous to be a rapper, so to speak. Extentation and Juice, Pop Smoke, who else? Mac was it? Did Mac wasn't it Mac Miller? Who was it? All King Von, Young Dolph, all these people, Nipsey Hussle, so a lot of rappers have died. So the genre feels weird too. Like a lot of people, you know, they like hip hop, but they not like the particular style of hip hop that's being played today, or the particular the phase, the trends that's in. So a lot of people didn't like drill, but they like hip hop. Some people like battle rap better. Some people like conscious rap. Some people like a more New York rap, New York type rap. Some people like the Atlanta scene rap. Houston got a particular sound too. And so I think we have to realize that too, that people are kind of over the mumble rap. It became normalized, but it was low effort. It was mumble. You have the cup of lean in the hand, and you mumbling with the guns in the background. People are evolved from that type of thinking. Okay, it was, and who was the biggest consumers of hip hop? White people. So I know they probably at that time liked to see black people doing all that crazy stuff with the guns and the lean mumbling. But I think that they don't value that particular, from what I'm saying. I actually did research on this, and this is both black and white people. They don't like that scenery anymore. And I know the corporations and the executives, they push that because that's not all what rap is about. We know that's not the case, but they oversaturated the market with that in the mainstream, with that particular look. The mumbling, low effort sound, the talking about the guns. I'm gonna get the shooters on you. I'm gonna get the hitters on blah, 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 blah. You know, that was the thing. And some of it would sound catchy. I would even say in my eyes, but you can't sit and listen to the, obviously, come on. Um, it just, I couldn't get into it all, but I used to like some of it, and I don't judge it, but I'm just saying people gonna transition to something else eventually. That's just like how we had the '90s sound, you got the 2000s sound, you got so that mumble sound. People transitioning out of that, and so when you ask like, well, how can Trippie Redd just sell out a stadium? How come the people had to? How come these mumble rappers have to cancel their concerts and stuff? Um, well, now you know why. The people I've been doing research. I have literally people say, I don't want to observe that. I don't want to go to. I would not pay to go and see Mumble. I may go on YouTube and listen to it, but I'm certainly not going to go and pay to see a mumble rapper cussing on stage, rocking back and forth high. A lot of people are just not feeling it. And they just they grow outgrowing it. Some people never even been into it. So people's palates are changing, literally the palates, the consciousness. And so people gonna have to step it up. I'm telling you, people actually, like with me, I had to go back to the '90s. I said, fuck it, I'm gonna go and listen to jams. I'm listening to genuine. Like I listen to stuff I grew up with. Or if that, or some of the neo soul stuff. I've always liked neo soul, and I've always liked oldies but goodies too. So like we have to. A lot of my generation is going back to 20, 30, even 50, 60 years ago just to feel normalized again when it comes to music. Because I mean, me personally, I can relate to some of things what's out here. Don't get me wrong. There's some really awesome stuff that's out here. So, and even with established artists have put out, so I'm not trying to degrade or devalue anybody's body of work or hard work. Um, but I'm saying, especially in lieu of AIs, like some of this AI stuff, I can't relate to that. Like they have Timberland with the Asian AI generated now, the generated AI doing hip hop, and it's this Asian girl, the AI rather. Um, and it's weird. I find it incredibly strange and insulting to the ingenuity of the soul, because I have to say, um, that song was very, very basic. Like anybody, and I do mean anybody in the entire planet could have done that song. Maybe not make the beat, but them lyrics and that cadence and that tone and that talent of the actual AI generated artist. Oh, absolutely. Um, I would not pay even $1 to listen to that. And so if that's the direction is going to go, music is going to go, we're going to need to make room for offline frameworks when it comes to, the smaller venues, our own local festivals, getting creative, community center. And you ain't got to say it's at a community center, just do your tour. You ain't got to say it's at a school gym, just do it. And also the public has to get used to the fact that this is what music is. Actually, music is not what it is. Sometimes it is the Madison Square. Absolutely, there are artists that can still do Madison Square. So don't get me wrong, if you can do it, then get it. I'm not telling people not to go for that. If that's what you can bring in, and it's motherfuckers that want to see you, and you know that you'll get your profit, by all means. Like, I'm not saying don't try to do, but I'm saying, like, when you see 10 artists in less than a year canceling tours, and then you see that they were all trying to book huge stadiums, and then you're talking about 8 tickets, 0 tickets, 20 tickets, and all this stuff. Like, no, that's not thinking straight. That, I don't know what that's not how you do that. No. Keep it simple with some of these artists, particular, I'm not gonna hold you. The drill stuff is going out of, the mumble stuff is going out of style. So, but if you can get creative, and a lot of what they call mumble rappers, they can actually rap, they can actually write. They're actually good. They're good at processing the rhyme and the craft of rap. The baby is one of them, even though he gets bad rap, and people may think, because I actually never listened to his music, but when you actually study his ability to rap, he can rap. You know, when we talk about wordplay and some of the clever things. I used to watch battle rap. I used to see, you have to sometimes break down some of the wordplay, and it's because a lot of it will fly over your head, and you'd be like, wow. You actually look at it like, whoa, that's mean. That's some cold wordplay. That's pretty cool how you connected all of that. And that was the gift of rap, was to put codes in and just show how clever you are at thought processing. Um, or even the message too. Sometimes you have the song has a message, but sometimes um, the wordplay part of the craft of rap is really the gift in rap. And obviously, because it was poetry with certain type of beat. And that came from the jazz scene with the poetry. You're rapping, the poetry, and then you singing over the beat. But then the beat just morphed from jazz into a more, combined with funk and combined with a more hip hop sound, and rapping it on beat, rhyme, and having rhymes a little bit more, you know. Um, and so that's special. That's art. And I'm a big component of the arts. Like, even when I run for president, I got so many things in addition for obviously the American people when it comes to like agriculture and technology and education, but the arts and the way Americans express creativity and entertainment, we want to have incentive for that. You want to have incentive for the expression of the creativity, because creativity and innovation, that's very important. Your innovation and the way we create sustainable technology is definitely something of my interest. The way we revamp and reshape education, the way we do a lot of things is important to me, but even reshaping industries for the better of humanity that's in tune with nature and in tune with universal God, creator God and universe. And so when we think of those things of what creates more joy, what creates more happiness, what creates more love, what creates more enlightenment and truth, those things are indefinite importance. But the arts, there's people who love art and music, and it's people, and I do see those as viable industries, just like how you have your healthcare, just like how you have your governance. And unfortunately, you have things that are theory, intention, and then outcome. And obviously, you can see with our U.S. government, you see the intention, the theory, and the outcome are all over the place. They're not in alignment. But we can create a society where intention, theory, and outcome, in terms of our new governance system, our parallel infrastructure that combines offline methods, decentralized methods, and online methods, of course. But we value the nature method, okay, motherfucker? We value the natural method, first and foremost, and keeping it simple, but also keeping it moving forward to the best versions that we are content with nature, ourselves, our communities. That's we moving forward, and that contentment doesn't mean perfection. It's just contentment. It doesn't mean you won't even sometimes have difficulties and challenges. It's just that you are content with things. Things are in flow, but not just you, the people around you, nature, water, your air. It's all in content with the governance system and the structures. So that's what that's about. And so another thing, the gatekeeping in the music industry has been a problem. And so that's another reason why we want to be able to have, a new structure where people can do things independently, and they have that framework and that system for doing that on a repetitive basis that is simple and fair and logical, and they can repeat it. Okay, so that like I gave you you guys that idea for that Black Party Festival, different themes, Juneteenth. You see, it's simple, it's systemic, and then you just got to work out the logistics a little bit more. You have your genres. Each city, you could decide whether you want to keep the cities the same or change the cities. Maybe you want to do different venues, or I don't know. Keep your overhead. Know where the numbers are at. Then you know what I mean? It's repeatable, and it's offline. Okay. And so the gatekeeping and the music and of the sounds, also cause this problem. In addition to the constant payola, the inflated numbers on Spotify and all these things, fake bots and all these things, the industry picking and choosing winners and losers regardless of talent, but due to favors, the infiltration of groups and secret societies and even gangs and even in criminal intelligence into the music industry, the cartel, all that. You all know about the mafia. I ain't every shit. Y'all can shut up. Niggas is seers around here. Okay, we can see past the veil. We can see the stuff y'all try to hide. We let a lot of stuff I don't even talk about or say, but we know about the casting couch. We know about all that stuff. You try to cover it up. Okay, we know about the Diddy party. We know about all the freaky party. We know about the deals, the Weinstein, Oscar for this, Grammy for that. Okay, we know about it. Not everybody has done that. Not everybody even knows what I'm talking about when it comes to that, but that is a big part of the music industry. It gets political. People will blacklist you for very minor things, even if you're just competition, even if you have talent or a gift. We all know these things. We can stop playing around. And so the gatekeeping also led to this industry totally collapsing. But music didn't collapse. Music did not collapse. The talent did not collapse. The artist did not collapse. But all these greedy vipers coming into the Black community, putting Black people in fucked up contracts, just like how Prince said. And now y'all want to do smear campaigns on people who spoke against the engine, the industry, people who spoke up for Palestine. Notice how they trying to come at Michael Jackson now. Michael Jackson did a song on Palestine in the 1990s. Look at the date when he did that song and when that Wacko Jack, when that first case came out on. Pay attention. Okay. I didn't pay attention to the actual people who's now trying to cover up all of those things that they were doing with the Epstein stuff. But notice how the first thing they do when it comes to COINTELPRO, when it comes to character assassination, is to project what they do onto certain people who try to call them out and shed light to what they do. And so that's been the known thing that's been going on for motherfucking decades. It's happened to so many people. Okay, you may be the victim of it too. And so, um, you got to keep your head on a swivel. You got to keep your head on a swivel, and you got to know when people's playing games with you. And so when people come trying to get you to sign your soul away and let your life away and all these things for measly 10 cents on the album, you see how the 6 cents on the album, even if that, sometimes it's 0 point something of a cent if it's a damn stream. You sell a billion streams, only get you $45,000. Now people say, oh, that's big money. That's da 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 da. But I mean, who else is getting all that money? If that's getting 45,000, and the other person is probably making 1 million or 2 million. And so even the streaming, they set that up in favor of the labels and not in favor of the artists. Then they uh they set up the contracts with the touring, or wanting a piece of every little thing you do. Okay, but they're not investing right. They're not promoting right. They're not marketing right. They want a commercial sound. They want the sound with simple lyrics, repeatable lyrics, like the pop. If you look at the four classifications of what makes pop music, you be like, they wanted to mainstream that a certain sound. Okay, so that limited creative control, that limited creative possibilities, but they don't have to. That's just if you're in the industry. But if you're outside the industry, you can do what the fuck you want. You could combine genres. I be combining genres. You can do whatever you want. You can combine gospel with jazz. Sure can. Oh, I can't wait. Y'all got me an idea. You can combine all types of shit. I be doing Sanskrit music with house music with R&B. I'm like shit. I took a R&B song and put some violent classical music to it. You can do whatever you want. You can get wild with it, and that's what music is about. That's what the real. If we talking about, and I want Christians to hear me out. Y'all all know that Lucifer was the archangel that was in control of the music ministry. Um, and was God's most brightest intellectual and musically gifted angel out of the archangels, out of actually the whole entire nine choir of angels, out of all of the nine choir of angels, the most advanced intellectually and the most musically gifted, Lucifer. Okay, as an archangel. Okay, so everybody knows that God loves music, right? And God gave the gift of music to Lucifer before the arrogance and all these things. So if you guys know that, God, you should know if God can give somebody that gift of music ministry to an angel, where they can, you see what music does. Okay, you see the power of music in music theory and sound and physics. You see the power of music in healing. You see the power of music in amping somebody up to motivating your motherfucking ass. Okay, you see the power of music on your psychology. If you get depressed, you play certain songs, you feel better. No lie. And that's why when people always like, that's why people, unfortunately, they feel like they know these artists. I was just saying today, like, we got to work on our idolization as a society. But I was just saying today, you know, um, some of these artists we grew up with 4 years old, 3 years old, listening to, like literally. And then like they get in trouble or something. We have cognitive dissonance. They doing some fuck shit. We got cognitive dissonance. We feel like we know these motherfuckers. We don't know these people. But we feel connected to them because we talking about 3 years old, 4 years old. We was all listening to damn P. Diddy. And then, honestly, I stopped listening to him for 2023 because I've been hearing crazy ass shit about P. Diddy my whole life. But I do have to say, yeah, we ain't gonna act like we ain't listening to him and Toto. Like, come on, like, hit Biggie. hip hypnotic and all this shit. Like, come on, like, and and it's not just Diddy, because I stopped listening. A lot of people have felt that way about um a lot of these artists that have gotten in trouble. And then with me, I don't separate the art from the music. I once because I know frequency, and then also I can tell the entities that's on the song just from the covers and the artwork and the symbols. So I can actually see like the literal what demon is on, or angel or whatever is on the actual song and music on the CD. I can study the CD and the album covers and find out. A lot of people don't know that. That's how deep that craft is. Um, and so I personally have stopped listening to a lot of artists. Um, and then some artists I still do listen to, and I'm very much aware of what's going on. But we grow up on certain things, at 4 years old. A lot of the millennials, we're in our 30s, a lot of us in our 40s, and then they come out and say, so and so did this, so and so did that. And for your first reaction is, nah, they ain't do that, or they I love their music, or the first thing what I mean. And so that's just something that we as a society has to deal with, coming to terms that maybe these people are not what we thought they were. What do we do in the event that they are victims, in the event that they can't speak up? Maybe they're in a tricky situation. Like, what do we do? Do we ignore them? Do we throw them away? What if they saying they want to repent? Or what if what if they're saying they want, we say repent, what if they're saying they want out of the industry? What if they're saying they want to do something different, they want to go independent? Like, how does society deal with those type of things? We hear people say that, oh, they got ripped off, they got blacklisted, they got this, they got held back, they got sabotaged, they got that. Well, how do we provide space for that person to vent without gaslighting them, without making them feel stupid or small? And then the other person, what's their side of the story? Why they so motherfucking quiet? What actually happened? Why is the other person that's doing all the complaining, why they not moving forward? Why they not just showing their craft? Why they trying to, why they keep harping on something? You have those questions. Is both parties taking accountability, for their wrongs, for their rights? Um, is the person that's saying that did all these things, have your character developed some? What role are you growing still, or are you letting it hold you back? Because pain is real, and you may not be the person that caused it and whatnot, but in what ways can you innovate and recreate your own moment, and move past the 90s, move past the 2000s, move past whatever the phase you may be stuck in. And so if we know those things, these people we grow up with listening to, we know we can't idolize them. We may feel like we know them and stuff, but we see all these scandals and stuff. Well, this industry was a whole, guys, we didn't know half of what we thought we knew. Okay, so we gotta come to grips with ourselves as society and ask ourselves, to what extent do we pay respect to a person's talent, and compensate them for their talent, but we don't get played in they bullshit, in terms of uh what agendas are they pushing on us? What agendas are they pushing in terms of their music? What kind of music are they even pushing? What is the message in their music? Are they expressing their soul, or are they just a part of the machine? Or are they bought and paid for? Are they a shield for plant for the music industry and all these things? We have to think of those things. We don't have to, or we can just do something totally anew. I've heard people say, let's just do something, let's just start over, restart, boom. And I've heard people saying that. I think it should be organic as possible, and don't let people co-opt your industries, or grassroots, organic, organized industries. Just like what happened to hip hop, like what happened to R&B. Don't let that happen. When you see people coming with contracts, and you see people all up and trying to hurry up and get your shit, just like the Negro Baseball League, just like the Negro Football League, just like our Negro lottery, just like our Negro doula and midwifery, you let people infiltrate your shit. Instead of saying, nah, we good, we practice our own thing, we sticking together like pack rats, sticking together like sardines. Motherfucking lemon pepper sardines. Y'all niggas should have been sticking together like that. Should nobody been able to just come in and offer something, and then everybody want to sell somebody? Oh, I get you out the way. I get the mover. I get you out the way. You get the mover. I sacrifice this. You sacrifice paying the murder reality game like Pierce back, and it's been around for a long time. It just progressed and got worse, and not in the favor of the artists. People got greedy, but that crossroad shit, that Pierce back murder reality shit, that's been real. It kind of more moved into the music industry, but believe it or not, a lot of people in the black community back in those days, they could have still avoided it. They were still doing music. Don't get me wrong. Um, but it morphed into something, and there was a co-opting of people trying to infiltrate and get control over black music in terms of its distribution, its sound, its dissemination, and its message. Because obviously, when rap came, you had the conscious, conscious rap. Now, here's the thing: there's CIA agents on all aspects of black community, small and even in the hood. And I think what happened with hip hop, I do think that Black Americans organically created hip hop organically. But what happens is, I don't think you guys realize how under surveillance we are. And so they probably saw some Afro headed niggas in the hood, you know, sitting on the step, and then somebody walking past that's monitoring them. I'm telling you, this shit, like, y'all don't realize how deep COINTELPRO was, especially during that time, right after the 60s and the 70s with the Black Panthers. Um, you wouldn't believe a motherfucker observing and taking a picture of some nappy headed afros singing and doing some rapping, a fast beat, making a hip hop beat, doing a little beatboxing. And a CIA agent, real talk, watching your motherfucking ass. And we talking about in the 80s, the 70s. You think it's a joke? Oh, I think they got some new genre. I heard him say it was called hip hop. Oh, yes. He says, oh, the hip hop, and they're doing the beats, and we might want to study this a little bit more. Then they'll have you observe, they'll have a person that look just like you, afro and all, walk up to you. Hey, what's that? What's that sound called? Oh, it's called hip hop. What's the cadence? What's the beat? What is the lyrics about? We're talking about our oppression. We're talking about how, we're talking about Malcolm X. We're talking about, Malcolm X oppression. You go write it down. Da, da, da. They're talking about da, da, da. Okay, we're gonna have to come out. Okay, we might, I don't know. We have Public Enemy. I don't know. We can create something, or they got a group coming out. What's that group? They talking on a corner. They singing something. What's that name? Oh, they call it Public Enemy. Maybe we get in control of that. Maybe and then it'll morph into gang. Oh shit! They talking about fight the powers that be, um, gangster rap. The CIA is talking about. Okay, that's when it morphed into it. But I know for 100% fact that hip hop was an organic Black American. But I'm saying in its beginning stages, it was being monitored by intelligence. Obviously, I was born in. I'm just saying, like, I study as a military scientist. I study patterns. I created triangulation discernment uh, methods, and the the bear trapping logic, quantum leaping logic. I've created these things to to actually be able to see what the fuck went wrong, even in certain movements, and to get down to the bottom of things. Like, how did hip hop get co-opted? How did these Jews? How did they get involved? Where did you come from? Where did And then they tell you to your face, they don't care about nothing your nigga ass is saying here, signing this death clause. We taking 80%, you only getting actually more than that. If you taking 99%, you only get 1%. If that, you only getting 1 cent an album. We're gonna rip you off to do the and we're gonna put black gatekeepers and they gonna do it too. We're gonna put you through rituals, we're gonna sign you, you're gonna sign some crazy ass contracts. Where did y'all come from? Because last time I checked, this could have where how did y'all even infiltrate this industry? And so what I'm saying is that, and then they know niggas want white validation in the limelight and big cars with the Cadillac, the money. And so they promised that they came with the money. I guess that's what it was. And then when it with money comes, this is what you have to do. This is what you have to say. This is how you have to dress. Then comes the handlers. Then comes the greedy motherfuckers, accountants, all these greedy, nasty, slimy, satanic, hateful, racist motherfuckers want to poach off your black head, your mind, your body, and your soul. All that musical talents that God gave you. And like I said, remember, If God created Lucifer to be over music and ministry, what does that mean? That God loves what? Music. You heard gospel singing. Oh, that word. Yeah, I heard. I was cracking up. They say they was getting on Leandria Johnson for coming at that Pastor Jennings dude, which I stand with Leandria. Oh, I got the esoteric, cryptic. I got all the Nagmati text, Essene scrolls on how Yeshua really felt about women teaching, and I can get with you, okay, with Yeshua's word and biblical, and we can get down with Hebrew. Okay, we could break all this stuff etymologically, eschatologically, in the ontology of it, in the epistemology of it. It goes back to the female and those who know. And for those that's in the know, like these Mason pastors who can talk to the dead, you better ask King James, you better ask Nero, you better ask all of them. What's really some of the codes that you found out in the Bible from studying it for thousands and thousands of years and hundreds of years. And when you were messing around, when you were studying it, go ask Saint Bernard, go ask all of your biblical scholars, because a lot of the priests were actual scholars, like, but not just scholars of theology. Like we talk about math scholars, science scholars. They hid this though, the Renaissance and all this shit. You think Leonardo da Vinci, your average priest was on a Leonardo da Vinci level. They just hid it. Okay. And then you had one group that was like, we want to be out in the open with this stuff. And we don't want to be a part of the church. We don't want to be a part of that shit. We don't want to be gatekeepers, which is more the side I fall on. We want to talk about these things in open. And so that's where the schism came. But I can get most of your biblical scholars from back in those days. That's why it's kind of expected that you would be really, really, really intelligent and really well learned on so many topics. So many topics. Like these pastors today, they'll just be very, they just only give you the seminar theology school, and that's it. But pastors back in like 1600s, 1200s, 1100s, oh no, you was well versed. I mean, I don't even think they were called pastors, what the priest, the bishop, or whatever they call it, the cardinal, whatever they were. They was beast in knowledge. All world everywhere. They would tell. I mean, they go to the Vatican for a reason. They go, they got all types of things. They was looking at Aristotle. They was looking at all these things. They was looking at planetary quantum entanglement, time. They was looking at that shit. Yes, you're a pastor. Okay. And then gatekeeping shit. And looking at the codes of the Bible, secret codes of the Bible. That's why they understood that the Bible, the serpentine bloodlines of the Bible, including the seraphim angels that are closest to God. Okay, that's why they already knew about the serpentine stuff. They already know that the Bible is a code about understanding divine feminine, and then it goes through transliterations and believing in yourself, psychology, quantum entanglement, timeline, prophets. They already know all this stuff. That's why when I come out talking about my stuff, a lot of times like people that's really, really well learned and well studied, they already was able to confirm most of the things that I was saying. Because they have been studying it from a very scholarly perspective, a psychological perspective, and a spiritual perspective as well, of course. Absolutely. But they was talking about Leandria Johnson was doing this. They say they got into a Pastor Jennings, and the black community ripped her a new one, and I agree with Leandra. But the black community was like, just because you do that emotional singing to the Lord, don't mean you need to insert yourself as a woman to be seen everywhere. Just because you do that, and I started cracking her. It's like, just because you think you could do that good emotional singing that God blessed you with. Don't mean it's your turn to sing every time. And just because God gave you the gift of song, it ain't just because God is represented by sound and frequency. So if a motherfucker can sing, a motherfucker can do instrumentation, a motherfucker do they do get favored in God's eyes. God does have a whole choir, the choir of the angels. All the angels pretty much are really good at music on some level. Even archangels, they're war heads, but they get with you with music. Lucifer was archangel. Your cherubins, your dominions, your principalities, because you have to understand an advanced, a highly advanced form of sound and frequency, melody, harmony. And so it's sound, it's light, it's melanin, it's darkness, it's so many things you have to understand. It's entropy, it's creativity. birthing of new intervals. Like it's on a whole nother level. And so the mind of God loves music. God loves intelligence. You look at the numbers. That's why God is mathematical too. Every number, you combine it with sound and music theory. Come on. And so God, just how you see, oh, God bless people with sound, including like loves to hear songs and gospel. God loves music. Just like that's why humans love music. God loves me. You ain't gonna that's it. Music is it. And so that's why even with me, uh being of God, I love music and I understand the importance of it. So I can't I don't want to downplay or devalue people who want to choose that um as their occupation and as their sole mission. Okay. I don't devalue that. Mm-mm. No way. Especially if they're gifted at it. Now, if it's just a person doing some humble rap just trying to get a check, then I'm kind of like, I don't know. But even to say the person is not so gifted, but they really, truly, truly love music and they want to try it. They want to try to express it too. Maybe it's not the best voice, it's not the best. So what? If they put their heart in it, like if you could feel they soul, like I'm telling you, remember people was, say, I grew up listening. I told you guys, I told you, I listened to Khalees, and there's no Patti LaBelle vocals. It doesn't matter. I feel, like her expression through the songs. It's like it feels organic, it feels raw, and so yeah, I can listen to that. Like, it's like it doesn't matter if it's the best voice. You hear some things, be like, okay, but it's catchy. But they still put effort into it. The process of the creation is important. And what your intention, what you felt, and what you did not in the effort, some effort, but say you're not the most talented, but you'd be really trying, could fuck with that too. And that's what you love to do. Can't nobody tell you nothing. That's what you love to do. Y'all ever hear Jocelyn Hernandez song? And you could tell she be really trying. Come on, she ain't no she ain't no D'Angelo. But I be liking that. I'm like, you know what? You be really putting some effort into that. It may not, so I'm not here to judge or the sound, but let's say you do have like a supernova, right? You have a supernova, a music connoisseur, a music prodigy, fucking prodigies out here. I'm not going to devalue that. I'm not going to try to gaslight that, or I don't want to exploit it either. You know, I want us to have a governance structure and a system where people can express that. People love to shop and want to listen to some good ass music, and we're going to talk about that's the Joy Influencer program that I want to talk about. You know, but let me get back on topic. So another thing I wanted to talk about was if you need to use a talent buyer. So some venues or events organizers, they handle a talent buyer to handle the booking needs, and so they represent the venue's interests and negotiate deals with booking agents. So you may want to look into talent buyer, but remember they represent the venue's interests, so you want to make sure things are also going in your favor. They have your concert promoter, and they organize and publicize the live music events. They handle your booking talent, they secure the venue, and they market the show. And so if you have to use a promoter, make sure the price is right, make sure it's fair, and that you got something in agreement on what they're going to be doing, and what it is. And so that could be an independent person who works with multiple locations itself. To be honest, we want to get people savvy. So with you 15-year-olds, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and even I should have just said anybody under 25. Start try to see if you can do these things yourself. Be tasking, especially if you starting at 13, 14. Start small. By the time you're 20, you be the concert promoter, the talent buyer. Creating online booking tools. Also study a skill too. Get some skills, some tech skills, so that you can put your little makeshift websites. You can do your little marketing. So you can make a flyer on Canva. So you can use some online booking tools, or even maybe create your own website and stuff. So you're already set. Start young, 12, 13. What's wrong with that? But you also want to look into like how do I become the Google? How do I become the talent buyer? I love using chat GTP. What's it called? Chat GTP. So go, how do I become a talent buyer? You're 12 years old, get your ass right in there right now. 13, 14, get your ass right in there right now. Talent, how do I become the talent buyer? How can I start? I'm 12 years old, blah 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 blah. I live in this area, blah, blah, blah. Where do I start? Where can I get my, you know, then you do concept promoter. How can I become a concept promoter? I'm only 14 years old, and what can I live use? I live in this area. How do I handle the booking talent? How do I secure an event? How do I market a show? Give me some actual concrete, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Yeah, go use it for, come on. Because we gonna cut that shit off real quick. So, anyways, we gotta scale it down. But for now, go ahead and go, and do that and use it for that research. That part will always be around because that's the basic stuff. That's what it was created for. It wasn't designed to, unfortunately, had I known what I know now, it would have, I've, the way in which it's designed to study the human mind, that the capstone project would have never been created. It would have never been invented. Had I known what I know now in terms of what kind of world we live in and the dangers of certain things being out in terms of an enemy of our souls, but people who seek to steal, kill, and destroy, people who seek to harness good ideas that could help humanity and benefit humanity, but for further control, even lie to humanity and get them to train their AI systems that they're in control of, as far as these corporations, and realizing that there's still danger in that too. Even if they saying it's for benevolent reasons, you still have to train it. It's still you're still the data source, and it will still ultimately replace you. And they still have the power. And these are billion-dollar corporations. You still have no power. So even if they use it to disseminate it for good, you as a human, it's still under like a conglomerate of a certain technocrats. And that's still not fair. That's still not representative of you, and your community, right? Especially if you're a Black American, if you're a woman, it's not representative of us. And they use me as the fucking data source and stole my damn invention. But the people that's in charge of it is not representative of they're going to use it to bias training, bias machine learning, bias algorithms. And so the people on a grassroots level have to create those the technology the way it was meant to be used. Okay, so make sure you keep that in mind too. So, and another thing, if you're 13, 14, 15, you say, what kind of online booking tools could I use? If I'm a musician, I want to book gigs at various venues. How can I find and apply for gigs at various venues all over the country? It's going to give you a site like Indie. It's going to give you a site like On the Move. It's going to give you a site like Sonic Bids. It's going to give you a site like Afton. You go and you look at these sites. What is Move? What is Sonic Bids? What is Indie? What is Afton? Are these 100% independent? How much are they? Okay, I can apply for gigs at various venues. Okay, so that could be one way. You're one foot in the door, you know. And then another thing is you may want to put how can I become an independent promoter? But I would say when if you're 13, 14, 15, you can handle all of this. And by that time, you 2019, you got a whole business going. And then you could do it for other people. But you want to be able to do this shit for yourself. We tired of seeing Black people getting ripped off. We tired of seeing actually anybody getting ripped off in the music industry. Anybody getting exploited, not being able to sing how they want to sing, do what they want to do the sounds, explore with sounds, do what the fuck they want to do. If they want to follow trends, no, we want to see people expressing their soul in their music. We want to see motherfucking James Brown type, and we're gonna do a video on his ass next week. Yeah, we're doing a whole breakdown on him at the crossroads and all those things, codes, and breaking down a lot of stuff next week about Mr. James Brown himself, because he's a whole fucking trip. Okay, he told you what it was. I traded the sunrise for sunset, but we're gonna get deep into what that really means on the esoteric occult level. So be prepared next week. And no judgments. Well, you can judge, but just have sound judgments rather. And so we want to see, how he was doing all that sweat, please, all on the floor, sweating, motherfucking hair, the James Brown motherfucking hair, sweating out, the perm, the motherfucking, the press and curl, the motherfucking sweat out. He on the floor, people having to hold him up. We want to see that. I'm serious. I don't want to see all no mumbo jumbo shit. I want to see that type of you sweating all on the floor. You really putting your all into that song. We want to see Marvin Gaye, type shit. I know these people ain't perfect. I'm not idolizing them. I am strictly going off of the talent, the gift that they were given and they got tricked out of through, making the deals here, whatever. I'm not here to focus on this in this particular conversation. We'll talk about it next week. We want to see motherfuckers falling on the floor, getting bare feet, doing they little, if they want to, they ain't gotta do it like that to show talent. They can do something very simple. They can do the Kurt Cobain. They can do something real simple. Ain't gotta be all. I'm just saying what I like to see. They could do a nice little Robert, little jazz, little piano. Keep it simple too. I mean, I like that too. But that we want to see that. We want to see, Layla Hathaway and shit. We want to see, come on, like, so, we gotta provide that atmosphere for that to take place, but people have to be willing to take that risk outside of what's currently available for them. There you go. Best bet is coming up with some cool ideas and throwing stuff out there, but not seeing what sticks, but seeing what works, seeing what makes sense. And I would prefer that happen from the bottom up. I wouldn't prefer that happen, and then being very careful of infiltration and be doing a better job of not doing a better job of being independent. I'll say that. Just doing a better job of trying to do it yourself and with other people that you can trust as much as possible. Because people say you can't trust nobody on planet Earth. But just as much as you can trust as possible, and what's beneficial and what's transactional even. I would say that would also be another thing to look at. Also, a lot of venues, they do, even smaller ones, they do bookings 3 to 4 months in advance. So, you could start to look around and call now, 3 or 4 months and do it, you can have work every month. If you do it they looking for 3 or 4 months in advance, you could be booked and start early, and just I just want to give out some ideas for people to do it for some of the young kids out here, to not give not give their intellectual property to the AI to be looking like them in their likeness and image, and then to the AI and all those things. That's pretty much what it's for. And this person, they came up with some advice on how to get booked easily by venues. I did find this post on Facebook. I didn't quite know. It looked like a local artist, perhaps. But they are a venue booker and the artist themselves. And so what they do is they said they found people that were struggling to land gigs because the pitch wasn't convincing enough. So you also want to work on your pitch. So first off, your initial email matters to these venues, to these bookers. And so you also want to, the first thing you want to state is who are you and what's your style? So to keep it short and clear. So who are you and what's your style? And then you want the links to your music. So that's your Spotify, your SoundCloud, your YouTube, or whatever is easiest. Then you want links to your social media and your website. And then maybe why should I book you? And so the why should I book you, it has to be organized and professional and committed. So, and then having a professional looking website. It shows that to the booker, to the venues, that you're serious and that can save people a lot of money and time. Especially if you have local SEO rather, which is search engine optimization. When someone searches like acoustic singer in your city, you would pop up. Also, you want to get a mailing list sign up section for your website. And so if you could say like you got 50 local subscribers ready to grab pre-sale tickets. Maybe you got 1,000 local subscribers ready to grab pre-sale tickets. That will catch the attention of the venue. Okay, so make sure you state those type of things too. And so it tells the venue that you're bringing real paying fans already, and that the people who want to join your list want to hear from you. And then you're going to grab your tickets. This is how you do that. Um, Noise Yard is also a tool that lets you use your music and collect emails. And so you also want to work on a pitch email. So you can say, hey, the venue booker's name. You introduce, I'm so and so. I'm a jazz singer songwriter based in blah blah blah. I had an opportunity to perform at. Here's a quick link to my latest track. You can see more about me on my website here. I've also built up a mailing list around 1,000 people who come out regularly for my shows. Promoting an event and selling pre-sale tickets won't be an issue. I'm happy to discuss more details if you're interested. Thanks for your time. Perhaps that can boost your chances. Maybe we make it a little more, even more creative. I don't know. But that's one way to do this. And so now we're going to pivot into the second part of our conversation, which was the Joy Influencer Program. And so let's do that. Okay, so let's resume. And so I wanted to talk about joy influencers. This was just an idea that I was thinking of, and I want to do it on a much more systematic level. But I was thinking of like this concept of another way for people, or for local artists and for even emergent artists, especially the youth, like as part of a youth program, part of the wanted to start like this youth program, or it could be for youth and young adult. Yeah, probably youth and young adult is the idea of joy influencers, but offline, like in person. And so joy influencers are people that they probably would do live music, but at unconventional places where people are. And those joy influencers, they would be paid like probably like an hourly rate or a wage or a salary perhaps, depending on where they are at. But they are at the grocery stores, they are at the hotels, they are at your parks, they are at your farmers market, they are at even possibly a spiritual religious institution, school, even on school campus, like on how they have these nice school campuses. You have joy influencers there to ascend and raise the vibration. And so what those joy influencers do is they amp people. So say like when you were on campus, there would be people walking all around, going to class. Well, you say maybe in a prominent part of the campus, you'd have your joy influencers, and that could be a live band, a local artist, a dancer who knows how to get it amped up, who knows how to hype up the crowd, and joy influencers. They're not people are aware that they're a joy influencer. They probably maybe have like a tag with their name. They're a joy influencer. They receive a wage, fair wage. It can be they have to have to be a joy influencer in terms of criteria. I do think that there has to be some modicum of talent, as far as dancing, singing, and instrumentation, or even artwork. And they can show that show that talent. So like there's some pretty cool dancers out here, and so you have joy influencers, and they promote joy, they promote happiness, they promote enlightenment, they promote truth, they promote love, they promote themselves, they promote their art, their artistic expression as well. and say they're at the grocery stores. They're at, and so people don't have to interact with them if they don't want to, but they are aware that joy influencers are there. It's live music. We have a live band, or whatever it is. And that joy influencer is there for the moment to cheer people up. And maybe you may have a crowd that formulates, you know, how many joy influencers do you have? You have to calculate that. How many is reasonable, feasible, right? Keep it simple. Um, how many they're there every day, presumably, because they're working 9 to 5. So it's a job, but it's also a passion for the job because you're dancing, you're singing, or you're doing your artwork, or you doing the hype man, or you're bringing joy. You're whatever it is. You can even do theater. Imagine that joy influencer doing theater at the grocery stores and stuff. Get creative with these things, and I think that should be um, an initiative um, program. I know even on the Knock the Order, as a Knock the Order, even as me running as a president independently, that is one of the programs that I will introduce. That's one of the small things, but if you're talking about when we talk about changes in governance, we're talking about the frequency. And so in order to change a frequency, you actually have to do things to change the frequency. And so there's quite a couple of things in addition to like good policy. That's just, things for our youth, things for cultural aspects of cultural shaping. We do have to have that too as a part of the governance, but obviously you have more to the serious stuff. And I quite put out quite a bit of body of work that has shown the seriousness in terms of my capability of military science and even governance systems beyond even academia, but culturally and spiritually, that's important too in terms of your governance. And so, how you treat your youth, you have youth programs, and how your artists and your arts and your crafts and all those things, that still matters absolutely. And so that's why I was thinking like, well, how do we combine? People get a wage. These independent artists, these youths, they get an independent wage. I mean, I'm not independent wage. They can get earn a income doing art, things that they are naturally good at, things they had a gift for. And so that's why I said, well, the Joy Influencer program. You could do it in grocery stores or on campus, and it probably could be some sort of subsidy. Another thing these grocery stores might want to think to do, because I know I think Wegmans used to do. Do they do live band? One of these grocery stores used to actually have live band with a restaurant in there, a juicery, all types of stuff. I think, or it was either that. I think it was Whole Foods actually. One of them do that. But what's wrong with if you have a joy influencer that's really popular? What's wrong with um actually having them do a whole concert at the grocery store at an actual setup, like a whole nice ass setup? Some of these grocery stores, they do sipping wine. They have whole wineries. They have all types of things. What's wrong with that? Same with college campus. If you have a college campus and they have joy influencers in the middle of the college campus, what's wrong with having those same joy influencers perform at the festival, have a throw in the joy festival? Why don't we do that? And part of the joy influencer program is a joy festival once a year, and that's your time to bring in your joy influencers. See how much the block party joy influencers, right at wherever there's joy influencers at, and that way you don't want to oversaturate it though, because you don't want to have an overkill. That's why you may want to have your joy influencer perform maybe not every day. I would say let them decide what kind of schedule they want to be on, but also at the same time, um, but also at the same time, yeah, I think that if you oversaturate, if you have them performing every day, because I know it is a job, right? And they need income, but there's going to be other people on his schedule too. And it's like, well, what are the ways in which the joy influencers express joy and maintain joy? In terms of like, what if they haven't, they don't feel like it? What if they don't feel like expressing joy that day? They should be able to not have to do it. It shouldn't be a job. You know, I mean, again, it is a job, but it's like you don't want to have to feel like you have to put on or perform. But maybe you do sometimes. It's like shit. Well, I had to stand my ass 10 hours at fucking Burger King. Shit, it beats uh, being a CPN. You know, maybe you would look at it like that. There are people that would look at it like that. But then for the other people, it's like, well, I really don't have any music that I want to play right now. I really don't want to play my instrument today. I really don't want to play for the whole week. You know, like so. I have to think more through the the practicality of like, well, how much do they work? That's why I do think that aspect should be maybe falling under um gig economy meets pilot initiative. And I know a lot of people have issue with the gig economy. I don't. Um if it's offline and online, and then if there's fair compensation, and I know the benefit thing comes in, that's a little bit out of my ballpark in terms of talking about, but and I'm willing to learn more on it because I honestly didn't know of some of the pitfalls of the gig economy that we find ourselves in. I have to say I'm not as educated on it, so I would actually appreciate if somebody did content or information on why did I notice like some millennials having issues with the gig economy? Like, what is the economics about it that makes it that makes people have the issue? I understand maybe because there's no benefits, but is there anything else? I kind of felt like there was um something else that I don't know. If it's not the benefits, like what else? I don't know that because it's online too. Is there any? Is it if that's the issue? What's the problem with with gig economy? Um, you know, mixed with online technology in terms of having to click in on it. Do you guys not like that, or did you want something more private, offline, perhaps with gig economy, which can be done, obviously. Anything you can do online, you can do offline. That's something that everybody should know. Anything. So anything you see that is transposed, even when you got to log into an app and all that, you can do it offline. It may take longer. It may be more annoying. It may not be, you know what I mean? But it can still be done. So yes, that means Airbnb and all those things. It can be done. It may not be on an international level, but when it comes to local, oh yeah, it could be done. We had phone books. Remember, we had beepers. We had motherfucking Nextel. We had motherfucking chirp, chirp, chirp. We had the remember walkie talkie, um, the corded phone. Okay, landline. Okay, dial up. Okay, y'all could chill. Y'all could get real. You had a traditional phone book. Remember, everybody used to get a free phone book with everybody damn number on it. You had to call and get unlisted and all that. Remember all of that? And so stop that. It just will take longer. Let's be real. It had to probably more work. I could have been that. But luckily we still do have, you know, um some you could probably I don't think I don't know, maybe don't throw the bathwater out. What is it called? The baby out with the bathwater. But I need to learn more about what are the issues that people are having with it. And benefits, I guess to me, maybe that's probably it, but I think it's a little bit, I think it's something deeper, and I would like to know from an economic perspective. I really would, in terms of like how it affects the actual national economy as well, or the overall GDP, people's quality of life. Like, what's the issue, you know? But nonetheless, with the joy influencers, um, it's just an idea. again, youth program, youth and young adult program, for arts, for the arts, for artists, and obviously to apply, there had to be some sort of an application. Maybe maybe you have to send, I don't know, in person for people who want to be offline and do this independently. You could do offline rehearsal. What's it called? What's it called? Offline rehearsal. No, it's not rehearsal. Audition. People who do online, you probably submit a video for review or something if you're on campus or something like that. Um, something small committee, a joy influencer committee that and talent. Somebody you hear somebody playing the damn guitar, it sounds good. Okay, maybe you want to be a joy influencer. You express joy. How's your smile looking? Um, don't be all being racist and all this stuff. Have a fair representation of people on as your joy influencers representation, maybe even disabled. Don't be all shallow and stuff, but go by the talent. Go by the talent. If you go by the talent, you can't go wrong. I'm telling you, people can get past shallowness, but only if you go by the talent. So if I could hear, I don't care if they look like motherfucking Quasimodo. If I hear say they playing that classical ass motherfucking piano, playing it so fast, like motherfucking Beethoven or Mozart, I ain't gonna give a shit how they look. I'm just be listening to the sound like, okay, that sound dope. That's some talent right there, and I'm gonna keep it moving. I'm a joy influencer. You can even give motherfucking tips. You can even ask. You can even have them take their tips 100%. Have their little jar out. Why not? They can have 100% tips, but pay them the same fair state wage because we're going in a post money society anyways. You're gonna go in post money society, but that could be something even more, especially for offline, where you can do be a joy influencer and um collect tips right in your nice little basket while you doing your singing your guitar, doing your piano, doing your violin, doing your bass guitar, doing electric guitar, whatever it is. What else they got? Saxophone, they got trumpet, all types of shit. Singing, dancing, all that. You'll have your 100% of the tips go to you. Plus, you still getting a wage. Why not? But it's a program, Joy Influencers. It's systematic. They in the grocery stores. They're at the parks. They're at the festivals. They're at the um block parties. They're at the major events. They're at the religious institutions. A Joy Influencer. They're at you know um certain venues, certain even political campaigns. That would be ideal, but obviously we start small. If we have in our own parallel infrastructure, like in our own little town, our own little city somewhere, smooth off, we will have our own joy influencers, like in the knock the order, the Queen Mothership. Yeah, we would have those joy influencers. hmm Sure will. Why not? Sure will. Joy influencers at the schools, and they'll be 100% tip go to them. And then what we would like to do is give them a stipend. Give them either a stipend. If we have enough, we can give them a wage. We can give them something. You know, and that's just one program. That's that. Maybe that could be just for the summer. Maybe that's for the winter. Actually, we might want to do it for the winter because, or the spring, because, or maybe even seasonal. For each season's at a certain amount of time, maybe like 2 months out of each season and some shit like that. It could be like that too. Or for a whole season. And I know winter the people get depressed. They say they get what's it called? Well, they get the blues. Called winter depression because of the lack of sunlight. I used to suffer from that a lot being from Buffalo, New York. Everybody in Buffalo, New York around the winter, you notice people get really depressed. Everybody, um, so more isolated and things like that. So I grew up with that, with the Buffalo winter, 20 degrees and shit, 30 degrees and shit. You ain't going outside. So you can't have the joy influencers outside. They would have to be inside. So even better to have them at the grocery store, right? In the winter time, you know, it get cold in a motherfucker, and then people could come in. When they do their shopping, they get them some motherfucking hot chocolate, and they can watch the performance of the joy influencer. They could do a whole set, song, dance, whatever. You know, at a certain time, and I would say you don't want them to feel exhausted or just like they a hoe or something. So when maybe 4 hour blocks. Maybe it's 4 hour blocks. Maybe it's 8 hour blocks. Maybe they want to take 2 blocks in a row. If they can take 2 blocks in a row, fine. But maybe it's scheduled 4 hour. You can only do 4 hour block scheduling anyways. But if you want to take more, you can take more. You want to take, maybe it's a 4 hour set. Maybe, something like that. I have to think about that. Um, maybe they're just for the winter or season or the summer. They have to see about, for one, earmark funds. Um, and then, obviously, I do think that the tips should. I think that donations, all that shit. They should it should 100%. They ain't nobody counting it. They ain't going to no split. I mean, maybe if you got a bandmate or so something like that. But ain't no it's just for them. You can even just had a box, so you can sort of can't nobody even try to count your tips. It had like a closed box where they put the money in, and they can't nobody see in it but you, and it's locked. You know, but be careful. Make sure you don't get robbed or nothing. Nobody steal your tip box and just run store the back door with it. They hit the car, your tip box is gone. Be smart, be wise, and be careful. Okay. Um, maybe maybe after so much you go and you take the money out the tip box. And usually if you're at the grocery store, I can tell you right now, you can put probably cash on one of them cards, right? You got you how you get a card and shit. You go every 2 hours and you take whatever that is out of them tip box, and you go put it right on that damn card somewhere, or put it right in the ATM wherever you you know what I mean. So it's risk mitigation out here, so you don't get robbed. Somebody come through the back door, right where your setup is at, and they got a gun, and they say they take your tip box and then they run off. You don't want that to happen, And so make sure you think of that too. So that's the Joy Influencer program. I look forward to talking about it more when I run for president. But and then when we talk about run for president, it's not obviously I don't know what's going to be happening in these 4 years, but so you're going to have to run for president on something anyways. Whether well, and by that we talking like whatever dispensation this government find itself in, um niggas people gonna have to figure it out. And you may have to come up with parallel infrastructure anyways. And so I'm the type, you can declare yourself president anytime. I declare myself president of the NACD Order, Luminary Governance of the United States Advisory Board. I been did that, so that ain't that ain't nothing. I gotta run again in 4 years. On a NACD Order Luminary Governance, I'm just gonna run again in 4 years and select myself again in 4 years. No, I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding. No, I don't mind going through the process. That's not a part of the system. It would have to be obviously off the fringe. By that I mean like probably running with some sort of independent party. Um and just getting the experience. I think the experience is what I'm looking for. But I have to be careful because I don't fuck around and found out these I'm trying to make sure these elites ain't trying to set my ass up, and then I'm running independent for the Green Party or something, and just playing around, just getting experience and getting my ideas out there, and they ass actually give it to my motherfucking ass and then set me up like they did and then do me dirty. You want to be the president? Here you go. And then when you get in there, they have your handlers all around you, and they zap your ass and tell you what to do. If they don't, they got a JFK your ass. I ain't trying to end up in no situation like that. I'm talking about from the God consciousness aspect of the real golden age of America, which I talked about in 2023. um, from that perspective, we're talking about that higher level order, the higher level order of providing good governance systems and being able to do it in an autonomous manner as much as possible. And so, it's always best to talk things over with God first, and through yourself, with yourself, and see and get a temperature check on what's actually reality and what's propaganda and what's actually damn going on, what's important, what's not important, and so I can't predict, and I ain't trying to predict what's going to take place in 4 years or less than 4 years. I don't care, to be honest. Um, it's just the experience is what is important. But the Joy Influencer program, it's other programs too. There's other programs, all types of agricultural, anything you can motherfucking think of. That's why that you see these people, they be stealing my ideas, trying to steal my likeness and image and essence. Literally my life story, events that have happened to me. It's fucking creepy. Like, get an original thought in your motherfucking head for once. Um but I got all types of programs and ideas. Mhm. But now ain't the time to get them out because people, when I say people trying to body snatch out here, it is a real thing. And it is fucking creepy as hell. Because I don't know what that means to act like that or to carry on like that or to move around like that. I don't know what that means, you know. Like I don't know what it means to, I'm inspired by a lot of things. I don't mind saying what I'm inspired by, but I don't copy and mimic and just make up shit to fit me and say that this is what, I've literally found out that there's like content influencers like that literally steal details and out of actual real people's lives, out of things that happen to them, and just create fake content for money and views. Like, it's real, and it's so many people that's out here doing that. They even sign contracts and get told what content to put out, like to turn out. It's like I don't understand it. I really, like, no one tells me what content, like, this is my fucking original. Like, no one can tell me, like, no one's story is interesting where I'm just gonna pick and choose what someone, like, no, I'm gonna tell my story from my perspective. I may talk about another person's story and say that it's that person's story. Like, I don't understand it. And I've seen that probably over close to 50 times just with 1 year alone with major influencers. So I know that it's being done systematically, masonically, and I've seen it. They're doing it with other people that are. I even seen it like with a person that just got like 1,600 subscribers. People were doing it to her, but then they only would give her only 60. They totally shadow ban beyond you would ever imagine. And then there'll be bigger influencers like taken from her content. And I just noticed it even with men, other uh, influencers, and I just was like flabbergasted because I'm like, wow, um, it's like it's you got source players, and then I don't know what the hell that's about because even the people that are doing that, you would think, okay, well, you got your own talent. Why aren't you just not expressing your own identity and your own self? Why are you copying literally off of someone else's story and essence and likeness and quoting them and then acting like you came up with that idea or you came up with that? You didn't. But you can come up with your own shit. Like, just try. Or just credit the person you are grifting off of. Like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? Like, you don't have to credit them, but then you're not even being yourself. And wherever you go, there you are. So the bigger question is, why aren't you being yourself? From what perspective do you think it's okay to just mimic someone else? And then who's paying you to do that? Or who's behind it? Because you have to have like people that's in that industry. They don't move the way the average civilian citizen moves. And so, like, we'll take algorithmic hits. Like, back then, we didn't take those algorithmic hits to say certain things that'll come out. Like, it used to be the Wild Wild West on YouTube. You could say, and you could say what the fuck you want to say. All types of conspiracy theories was on here. They turn out to be real. But back, we talking about 10, 15 years ago, it was wild. And that stuff doesn't exist anymore. It does, but it's heavily shadow banned. If a person will have 100 subscribers, and then you'll see 1,000 videos with 20 views. And if you listen to the content and be like, what the hell? Oh, they really shadow banning this. They really systematically. But say 10 years ago, it would have been a big deal algorithmically. So, but then what you'll see is a bigger influencer would take bits and pieces of that person's essence or their intellect or whatever it is that, and then try to act like they came up with it. And you'll see it time and time again. It has happened to me with so many people I can't even imagine. And actually, I've had screenshots, timestamps. Sometimes it's verbatim. Sometimes like it's really fucking creepy. But I've also seen this happen to other people. I've seen people doing it to other people, and so I just don't understand what kind of world we would live in where people are just not being they self and doing content for what they are good at, or for what they want to talk about, what and actually what's real in their very lives, or even in the lives of other people. It's like, is this fucking stage may sound like that? It's like it's creepy because you can tell it's establishment or it's the system. And so then it's like, well, what's really out there and going on? And then now there's a lot of AI stuff, and I can prove it. Even some of the stuff that's in the news that will go really viral, like they had that performance at the Giza pyramids. If you pause sections of that video where they have their phones and you study the hands and you study the screens on the phone, that video is entirely AI. It absolutely is. You got to pause it and study it. It was not real. And they have this all on the news channels and stuff like that. Like shit like that is really dangerous now. That means like it's like we got to turn like we can't like they ruined just like how television, like when we watch Star Trek and we watch it, somebody said, well, AI is just like Mickey Mouse. Motherfucker, Mickey Mouse is a cartoon. We knew it was a cartoon. We knew it was fake. They're putting stuff on your fucking CNN that is totally AI and telling you that it's real. I've seen the White House do this. I've seen this shit. Like that's crazy. That's AI. Also, that's not the same as Mickey Mouse, and cartoons cannot be compared to artistry of music when it comes to using AI for music. I heard, and of course it was who else? I mean, our community, like, come on, like, they trying to go. They sent a gatekeeper into the Black community talking about you motherfuckers talking about y'all against AI. Okay, but you watch a cartoon, that's AI. A cartoon is not artificial intelligence. A cartoon is a damn pictographic screenplay, uh, written out script, an artist who draws and certain tricks of the light and cameras, and that's what that is. That's not AI. We knew it was a damn show. It was not trying to be us. It was not trying to create music. The people who made the music was the humans, and they put it on the cartoon. It's not the same as using AI. It's not the same as a AI artist looking like a 100% human singing a black song or something, making this money off of it, and it's not even fucking real. That's the thing with humanity in terms of us even being in the illusion, so to speak. We have to wake up from that. That's not even real. But then what else is not motherfucking real? That begs the question. But at the same time, you don't want to take it to extremes because then you're devaluing pretty much your existence in terms of when you were a child. So you want to still be anchored yourself into grounded into reality. For sure. You don't want to take it to extreme levels, you don't want to overthink that too much because it can cause a mental breakdown. Okay, you want to meditate and focus on the high frequencies when you do start to question things like that, but also be discerning. Okay, because again, once we said, is it repeatable? Who does it serve? Where is the evidence? Is it logical? You know, um, and what's their criteria? What's their intentions? Like you got to look at those things. And if you see them stealing stories and details from other people's lives, they're probably trying to grift off of them, or they're probably copying them as an energy harvesting. and they run an interference for the system. They're not independent. They're not doing anything that you think that they're doing if they're moving that way. So many people have brought to the attention that there are people out here that are literally just making up shit and trying to pass it off as, and it's creepy. Like, especially when it comes to like target individual situations, COINTELPRO, satanic ritual abuse, gang stalking, secret societies. These things are real. These things have happened to hundreds of thousands of people. They have been telling a story for decades. And then when you see elements of like celebrities trying to touch upon the topics, but not give any details, not talk about what it is, and trying to cover it up and just go after one segment of an institution while running interference for the other side of that secret society, that's a fucking problem. Because nothing's going to change. It could feel good. It could feel like you guys are doing something, but your situation will absolutely get worse, especially in a situation like that, where someone is clearly working for the system as controlled opposition to make it seem like they're shedding light on something that has been affecting so many Americans. So many people are dead. So many people are locked out and have been locked out unjustly and illegally surveillance and illegally sabotaged by their own government. And in a situation where we're talking about that, including uh, whistleblowers, veterans, certain bloodlines, certain history of people, um, certain race, certain women, it's a real reality. And so we can't go be funneled. You want to be careful not to get funneled back into bullshit, because really this is a battle of narratives and perception. And this is what we're getting to in terms of releasing the illusion and getting out of the illusion and leaving the Truman Show and leaving. Yeah, you have to leave it. You don't, I don't want to say leave it. You can engage with it when you want to. That's what it is. Knowing what is bread and circus, and knowing when you're getting too distracted, and knowing that stuff that they're promoting is nothing but a distraction. And so I do think that we will transition into a post-money society. We will real transition even probably to a sovereign society. I just know we're not there yet. We have to have like it's like a transitional systems into a post-money society. And that's what we were coming up with the barter economy, the decentralized crypto, as well as even some of the a new physical currency. You're not going to be able to just just all this get rid. It has to be a transitional, but you don't want to go into a system that's totally digital. You still want to, it has to be a natural system. And when we talk about the post money system, that is obviously going to have to be more communal, obviously going to have to be more I would say hybrid, in terms of offline, online, when you want to engage, when you don't want to engage, and whatnot. And so that's going to take some time to get there, but the process has to start. But only humanity can choose that. Only the individuals can. I think people will see the tricks. They say even the elect will be deceived. Even the elect will be deceived. I have been deceived. I have been talking crazy and starting to realize things and have to wake up myself. And so, in many ways, a lot of us are waking up together and seeing what's really, the whole thing about, and even still learning. And so we all have to wake up. We're waking up together, really. And I just want people to be more bold in terms of stating what this stuff is, or what they think it is, even if they don't quite know what it is. Because I have to say, I'm not 100% certain on what all of this is in terms of our existence, in terms of the way the system works. And really, we know that there's some sort of shadow apparatus. We know that there's some sort of infiltration of a secret society in our government. We see something not right. We see foreign influence in our government everywhere. You stay talking about the Qatar military, but the Air Force. No, get out. Well, no, what the hell? I don't like that, because the only thing I think of is oppression of women. And so I'm like, hell fucking no. And I don't have no issues with Muslims. I read the Quran. I do Ruqyah every day. So I'm not a person that's against anybody's stuff. I see that I don't some things I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't speak on it. But you can't paint me as somebody that But I don't um I don't like um the idea of hostility, or of someone coming over here not really truly understanding. Like we don't even know why they're building an Air Force over there. Like we didn't ask for that, and so it's weird that the explanation for why that's happening has not been given to the American people. Is what I'm saying, and I don't like that. It's something off about all of this, and I just hope people pay attention and speak out. But again, foreign influence, it goes. It's not just Qatar; it's just a lot. We didn't ask for all of that. Like we actually can do things on our own if we just will stop. If the people would just stop being greedy, everybody gets paid off, and then nothing can change. Countries get paid off, make deals and stuff. Nothing can change. But if we just give love a chance, if we just give each other a chance, and I know that's like pie in the sky thinking, but that's where I'm at, and a lot of people are there too. So they're not going to just watch into digital slave metaverse, debt slavery metaverse, when we know that people are trying to cover up pedophilia and trying to cover up trafficking and trying to morph into casting couch 2.0 and still keep doing the same sinister, wicked practices and locking good people out and um, doing corruption in politics and stuff. People are not going to want to be around that. And that goes for globally. People are not going to sit and just be idle. And this is the hill we have to stand and fight and be willing to die on. This battle in terms of them trying to say you can't buy or sell unless you take the chip and shit, unless you take whatever that bullshit they can buy, sell. We can say you won't be able to buy or sell, or won't be able to do things if your credit score get low and all these things. No, this is something you have to be willing to fight and die on. Absolutely, because that deals with your soul, and that deals with you didn't come here. Water is free. Okay, we can do rainwater. Okay, it's free. Um, Electricity free. You can get electricity with a fucking potato and a damn quarter and a damn. I mean, let's be real. You can make electricity with a quarter and a fucking potato. Yes, you can. Like terminally, yes, you can. You can do it with a battery and all that shit that we did when we was in science class when we did this experiment. So electricity is free. So missing with the bullshit. Um, Fruits and veggies is free. Fig tree, uh, plum tree, a peach tree, lemon trees. They cut all the trees down. Apple trees. I was growing up in Buffalo. I used to be able to see apple trees, even on Sycamore Street. Everybody know what Sycamore Street is in Buffalo, New York. Yes, when I was growing up and I was a little ass kid, there was apple trees still. And guess what? I used to always think of Johnny Appleseed because black people in Buffalo told me um, that Johnny Appleseed was walk around here. Well, obviously, I was a kid, so I really thought there was an actual Johnny Appleseed. So I was looking for him every time I would go, drive. We would drive over on Sycamore to get to Bailey. For those in Buffalo that know Sycamore to get to Bailey. Um, I used to be looking for Johnny Appleseed in the There was apple trees back then, though. Remember? So they chop all motherfucking apple trees free. You're supposed to go right outside and grab your motherfucking apple. Go right outside and grab your motherfucking peach. Go right outside and go grab your motherfucking orange if you're in Florida. Okay. And then obviously you have your commerce. You're going to probably trade some of those uh, things that Georgia don't have, things that Florida don't have, things that the South don't, New Orleans don't have, that New York don't have, and go back and forth and do some small trading and whatnot, of course. Okay, but it's free. Is all those things supposed to be free? Hunting free. So, yeah. Why niggas is now having to pay for groceries using Klarna? No, so seriously, like niggas is paying for groceries with Klarna and motherfucking DoorDash and shit. This shit is getting crazy. And no, I don't use Clark for grocery, but I'm just saying, shit, you better shit. Um, And so obviously I'm not judging him. I'm saying we went from being, see, this is what happens, see. Was it worth it, Lucifer? But yeah, motherfuckers, now you went from you went from you went from going to be able to get an apple right off the tree, the peach right off the tree. That having to use Klarna to pay for overpriced grocery. $8 for they say in the Bible, the beast of the field. Read Psalms 8. You give me dominion of the beast of the fields and a beast of the sea and whatsoever passing through the pass of the sea. Oh God, how excellent is thy name through all the earth. That's Psalms 8. And it can still be like that. And guess what? Yeah, we decree and declare that it motherfucking will be again. Very soon. Or if I become president, I already got, please, please, oh, please. Sure as my name's motherfucking Kylie J.N.S. Sure as you look outside, right, you see a motherfucking sun. Well, if you're at nighttime, what you see right now? As sure as your ass can see your motherfucking nose on your face. Then I become president. Oh, please, your ass go out. Oh, please. Seeds of change. That motherfucking ass go right outside. Because that's what it's about. Yeah. hmm hmm I know greedy debtors trying to hog and try to charge us to live and eat on our own planet. How's it supposed to be free too? Because all you gotta do is go out a tree, go get a tree and cut some wood and build up your A-frame or some shit. So God gave us everything that we do need. And so don't be afraid. And so you can't buy or sell without the mark of the beast. You can't do this, you can't do that. Can't work if you don't get on this. Okay, motherfuckers. Okay, the first round of us is going. If we need revolution, okay, first round of us, okay, so that's gonna fight whatever, blah blah blah. But you can't. Okay, what you gonna do? Either gonna kill us all, or you gonna, or we gonna you gonna be the best man motherfucking win. Because either way, you get rid of everybody, your ass still can't be your be satanic self without us. Or you just leave us the fuck alone or go back to where the fuck you came from so that we can go into the real golden age. So we can do it ourselves. We don't want to be slaves. And that's what it is. Yep. So now let's talk about Angie Stone and D'Angelo. You heard Angie Stone died 7 months ago. D'Angelo motherfucking ass, he died on the 14th, right? 15, 14, or 15th? It was the 14th. And so, two great artists. You got Angie and D'Angelo. They don't hide it, they keep it right in front of you. But they had D'Angelo's ass. He was an amazing artist. He did Brown Sugar, he did Voodoo, and then he did the Vanguard, the Black Messiah. And those albums were dope, all three of them, if you ask me. I'm pretty sure he's done more. Those are the only ones I'm familiar with. Angie Stone, not as familiar with her music, I have to say. But I like Brian, what's it called? My brother, strong brother, I never try to hurt you. I'm here for you, so something, cause you're my everybody, every black kid in the hood know that grew up in the '90s know that damn song by Angie Stone. And what's the other? What was the song? Anymore, something like that. Oh, my sunshine has come. Everybody know that song too. My sunshine has come. And no more rain in this cloud. Something like that. My sunshine. That was a dope song too. Yep. That was nice. I grew up hearing that. And that was for a generation that was older than us, they really love Angie Stone. For us, I was just a kid hearing those songs. And then I think the last one that I remember is Brown Brother, Strong Brother. And then I remember, I think she did R&B Divas, right? I think she did one of those shows too. I think I saw her on that. Um, but Angie Stone was cool. She shed light on things. She got robbed. She was held back. She was fucked over. And so we come back with a vengeance because that ain't cool. She was a talented sister. She was gifted. And so, they say, okay, you gotta have a certain look to be in this industry, blah, blah, blah. Angie, talent matters. And I don't think Angie was ugly. Not at all. And so the black community, we had our own little stuff in the 90s. The people was okay with Angie Stone. They like listening to Brown Brother, Strong Brother. They like listening to My Sunshine. They had no issue with it. And it's the other song that sent Angie Stone that I remember too. It's on the tip of my tongue. But I remember clear as day. 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm telling you, people was bopping that Angie Stone. That's like it was bopping Common. It was bopping D'Angelo. Let's be real, Brown Sugar. They was bopping all the Timbaland Genuine. I mean, come on, Missy Elliott. They was bopping Aaliyah. They was bopping R. Kelly. They were bopping. Come on, it was the 90s. It was the 90s. Whoever was popping in the 90s, your ass was on the radio. Destiny's Child. Okay, if you were on there, if you were on the radio in the 90s, oh, you in Buffalo, New York, at least. But then I traveled to Detroit as a kid. I traveled to South Indiana as a kid. I did a little, not major traveling, but I went to Chicago as a kid. I went to Pennsylvania as I know what was playing on the radio there too. It was the same shit. And so when we were left to our own little vices, though, at least in Buffalo, Angie Stone was pretty popular at that time. And then obviously it was like that they brought that shallow shit and brought all of that stuff into our community in terms of like, this is what you guys should like. You guys should like this very cookie cutter type of stuff. They wanted to put the pop, that's why they kind of bring out a lot of pop artists around at that time too. I don't know if you guys noticed that because I remember like I didn't grow up really listening to pop, but then I remember it felt like kind of pushed, to be honest. And it almost felt like it had a machine back in like NSYNC. And I'm not coming at these people. I'm just saying like it just seemed like it was pushed so heavily, so pushed compared to it. Then it was just like now you have to fit this image and this sound and this look and this is what sells and this is what matters and these are the numbers and these are the charts and these are the and I kind of think that's when things might have changed even for a lot of the artists. I do remember one of them was saying like they lost the passion to even do music. A lot of people saw the shifts and it wasn't even fun anymore, and for some people. And so now they want to talk about bringing this AI stuff. And I was just looking at a D'Angelo video as far as the recording process for Voodoo, and it was major. Like it was going to Jimi Hendrix's house and with other artists studying his methods and recording there and having a circle of other artists and that do music and sampling stuff, instrumentation, playing around, thinking upon, what's the James Brown sound? What's this? How did he do that? How did he, thinking of the intervals, thinking of the transitions, thinking of the chords you want to play, playing around with songs. Oh, I like that. Okay, do that again. Play. It was that. It wasn't no AI shit. And so, I want to keep that alive some. I would even like to experience that myself. Um, Even I want to get me one of them keyboards. I want to play me some little notes and shit. What they call it, bass guitar. The bass guitar. I think those things are cool. We want to keep those things like you're just. But we'll get there. But we have to fight for it. Not fight for it. We have to be it. We have to be in that mode of consciousness this time around. We can't let them dictate to us or herd us around like cattle. They look at everybody as cattle. And they're gonna herd with thought consciousness, and they're gonna put an idea out. Everybody gonna like, oh, they're gonna put out a celebrity, and somebody gonna put it out in the black community, and everybody's just going, follow along with it. And that's what they have been doing. And that's how they've been treating us. And enough of us, hopefully, will say fuck off. Or enough of us say, well, that doesn't even make sense. Well, how come we can't do it this way? Ask questions. I mean, you're gonna get on the list like me, but don't do maybe be a little smarter. But keep your head down there. But they say the head that stands up is the hammer down. Okay, but what you gonna do? Just keep going along. The next thing they add is gonna keep getting worse. It's not gonna get better. You'll get more control, more control. It will not get better. It will be incremental, and it will be totally irreversible if you don't do if you just keep going along and get along. It will get worse. You will pay more and get less, like we've been doing. Like how many taxes you pay, and how less you get. You know, people trying to go attack people that just get fucking food stamp when really you need to be attacking people that get government contracts in the billions. Maybe you need to attack uh, these groups that fund your politicians. Lobbyists. Like what are you attacking some random? And not going after where your tax money is actually going to wars and to genocides and to shit like that. Where is your taxpayer really going to? You think somebody with Section 8, your money is going to that? Your money is going to fucking Ukraine. Your money is going to some cartel mafia child trafficking shit. Get the fuck out of here! Like that little money they giving for one, housing should be free. So I don't understand. Like yes, you sitting there jealous of somebody because they get food stamps, and I never got food stamps a day in my life. I never got HUD a day in my life. I never got HUD a day in my life, and I never got food stamps a day in my life. Um, I think those things should be free, but not necessarily come from the government. But if we have a government, then they are responsible for those who cannot, who needs those assistance. If you're going to sit up there and have a government, you can't create a law that say you can't collect rainwater and then get mad when people can't afford water bill. When you could just collect rainwater, but you make a law that says it's illegal to, that's crazy. You can't tell people, um, you can't tell people, you can't overcharge for groceries. Have a government system and then tell that same person they can't grow their own vegetables um in their own backyard and stuff. And you gotta have, start, I mean, you probably could sneak and do it, but I'm saying like they got laws in the books for that. And so either it's one, you can't have it both ways. Not in my motherfucking mind. If you gonna have a government, then the government serves the people. Then yeah, my motherfucking taxes need to go to um people that are vulnerable, that need health care, the people that need education, people that need food, children, childcare, people that need services. Yeah, even myself. Yeah, but if not, then don't have to have a government. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. You can't have it both ways. You can't charge people for housing and all these things, and then demand that they stay in the government under some sort of law. That's kind of like slavery. That means, like, do we have to actually do that if you're not even abiding by the social contract? If you're not even, if you're violating constitutional rights and the social contract, then that means that we don't have to follow that. I know, because you violate human rights, universal right, God rights, spirit rights, soul rights, on every universal time and space dimension. And so why the fuck, what is the benefit, on what grounds or what merit? Because if you're not qualified, or if you don't naturally even have the influence to build something on your own, and you have to steal ideas from another person to try to keep your system afloat, and then lie and kill and steal and do all types of crazy shit just to keep it afloat, then nobody needs to follow that. Nobody. And if they can't see that, then they deserve everything they get. But don't get mad at a nigga that call it out. Don't get mad at a real motherfucker that walk that'll bring it to you. Don't. And stop lying and talking about some you this treason to do this, is that. When they committed treason, they committed child trafficking, they committed lies, they committed money laundering, they sold the country out. They allow wickedness that take place in this country. They allowed secret society and to betray the government. So don't let nobody gaslight you into making it seem like you're wrong for calling it out. If you don't call it out, it's only going to get worse. And these people are trying to rewrite history. They are trying to take the Negro out of history. out of jealousy and out of wanting to take your air rights, your birthright, your air rights, and your land rights. So I'm not letting it happen. You could be a Trump ass kissing slave and do that shit, and this man to your face is telling you exactly what he's gonna do to your people. And yeah, a lot of us mistakenly supported it and didn't think it was anything a big deal because the Democrats have been screwing us over. But right now, I'm done with both of them. I don't want interference with the Democratic Party. 85% of Black Americans are Democrat, and when they say, "Look, we don't feel comfortable with Republicans," they ain't got shit for us. That ain't we don't feel okay. What can we do to? What can I say or what can I do to see if the Democrat Party can get their shit together? Okay, they come with the plan for the black man. They can do more. They come with all types of, they have to do more. It's as simple as that for their base. They have to make their base feel comfortable and validated and, incentivized to even campaign for them. It's as simple as that. But I'm not about to sit and act like I gotta be beholden to any of these motherfucking political parties. And anybody that's promoting that on you is a controlled opposition person is most likely being paid and trying to funnel you back under mind control matrix shit. Okay, if you want to do that, then do that, but be aware that that's what it is. Be aware that and tell people that's what you get paid to do, but stop fucking lying to people. Y'all know good and hell well ain't the shit gonna change with that two-party system. Please. I'm not coming at anybody that's righteous and with that happens to be in it. But let's be real. We saw who've been funding politicians and stuff, and why they not saying out, why they can't act like they ain't speak out. They acting like they don't know what's going on, act like they can't do nothing, act like it's really just a shadow government, secret society. Y'all gotta stop playing around with people. Y'all know y'all don't care about the American people. Maybe y'all do y'all own thing, we do our own thing. That's how y'all gonna be towards us because we don't feel like y'all working in anybody's favor. Maybe some people do, um, because they usually just like to see other people not have stuff out of jealousy because they are untalented ass, low life, low IQ bitch. Um, that's really what it's about. They know that Trump is using that office to do some crazy ass shit when it comes to American citizens, when it comes to deals and who he works for, APEC, who he's owned by Israel, and how he's attacking targeted individuals and Judahite heirs, including the 14th bloodline, including Black Americans, and doing it subliminally and using masonry and psychotronics on the Black community and America at large, working with foreign hostile governments, lying, doing all types of crazy ass shit. Did not release the SD file. He covering for pedophiles, all types of shit, lying about what they did over there in the Middle East and all that to trick people. So even they'll like would be deceived, but at the same time, like that's kind of too easy too. It's something else, but the people have to. I mean, when the people have to wake up? When they gonna wake up? Because a lot of Black people sold out too, and so that's their business. That ain't it ain't about to be too late in the day for all of that about the isms and the bullshit that's propaganda anyways. That's there to distract anyways from our soul mission. So we can't give it too much attention. But we see what's going on. We see how sides be secretly working together. We see how sides be secretly selling us out. We see it. We see how people be trying to act pro-black and be doing shit to undermine the Black community every day while trying to be gatekeepers and trying to kill and set up real revolutionaries. We see it. We caught y'all motherfucking ass. And I, ooh, I hope the Black community can see it. Stop always thinking about what's popular and what is, because it's only going to get worse. It's not going to, you have to take a stand for yourself at the very least. So I'm trying to get along to get along. There is the deals that you're getting ain't shit. You ain't going to pop off of nobody else's energy. Damn sure not my energy. You're not going to pop off. People already know all you're doing is y'all copying another source player. Go do your own. Go. Stop trying to take a shortcut. Stop trying to be getting validation, be a slave, bitch, for the system, and try to do something on your motherfucking own. Stop trying to be greedy and just do it on your own. I'm not talking to anybody that I'm talking. I know what people try to do to me and how they steal content and how they try to move up in the game off of other people. That's why they sacrifice people and stuff. It's called the book. Get this book called Murder of Reality by Pierce Beck. It talks about the Pendragons and Serpentine bloodlines, how they were playing a game down here that had nothing to do with the human species. Their game was for it was a different game that they could handle that had nothing to do with the bullshit that you see now in the music industry. It turned and morphed into that, but humans got involved. It is not a game that enlightens you anymore. It's not a game of quests of mystery school anymore. They've been exploiting people, lying to people, giving people botched information, fucked up information to steal their souls and to accuse them as loose. It's as simple as that. And that's not what that game was for. That's certainly not what masonry was for. That's why you see the black and white checkerboard, the black and white chessboard, black and white statuses. They transposed it onto even your actual color. But at one point, black and white was a status, which means a black person could be white and a white person could be black. It was a status. It was a status. In Roman period, and Kemet, and in West Africa. Even with the Moors, it changed in America and got into race, and even into Britain to a certain extent. Black and white became race, even in Masonry, and that's why they talk about Masonic credit swiping. That's why some really talented people that are actually white have to get sacrificed for someone black to move up. But we're not talking about color. We're talking about someone who's willing to go to the dark side. We're not talking about melanin or the color. I'm talking about how they see it. I'm not saying this stuff is botched. That's not even how it works. I'm just telling you this how an aspect of some of what it is. Okay. And so we say white, but light have to go down for somebody to go up. And there's usually a living person. It's not to clean out the depth of somebody that's already dead. Generally speaking, it's the person that has died is the person that's already light. It's being used to for someone else to harvest off of. So you have to be careful of that. And even if you know that, you can big up the person, but you also want to do it with a certain honor and respectability. If you cared about them, or maybe you don't care about them, maybe you're glad they're dead. I don't know how you handle that. But they do that type of stuff, but the black and white, there's with statuses, they become actual skin color, and then they become mechanisms of actual bloodline swiping, birthright swiping. So it's like, okay, this was a black Jew, but a black Hebrew. Let's give them the destiny. Let's swipe their destiny with a Khazar Jewish person, or even a convert, and try to give them the gifts on that person and switch it and do spiritual money line. That's why he was trying to get me into politics so hard. I didn't realize what it was about. And I was just like, wait a minute. Every time I would try to run for office or get really close, or even get really close with certain people that I found out were handlers or gatekeepers, something crazy, like it was like something spiritual would just like repel, like something crazy. I would just be able to see all this spiritual stuff around them. That's how I found out about the whole system. Every time I was like, okay, I'm gonna go into politics. Mm-hmm. And every time I would get so close, like it was like God would show me what it was really about. And I would be like, oh shit, man, I really wanted to, I'm thinking of governance for governance sake. And I'm thinking about making society better and all these things. And every time I would actually see it, and I couldn't understand it. I didn't understand what it was with this gang stalking or seeing that people get a reward if they turn people in, or if they, with this COINTELPRO with that stuff. I didn't know anything about all of that. I didn't know that people get paid to watch people and all these things, and to report on people, and to smear campaign people, and to monitor. I know, obviously we know about that, but I didn't know what was happening to me. Because I could see it spiritually. I could see who was doing it, what was going on, and how long it had been going on. It was just really creepy. And I didn't even have the words to understand, like, okay, how do you explain it? What do you say to like, what? Like, and this happened to so many other people, hundreds of thousands of people. They just were scared to speak up. And with me, I had never dealt with nothing like that in my life. And so if I'm clueless about a way a system works, and then I'm blindly going into stuff, and I keep seeing something, but then after I sit back and just relax and start to think, and I'm like, okay, there's other people saying the same thing. Okay, how come everybody say all the same thing and nobody knows each other? We're talking about years apart and stuff. Okay, so there's something there. Like, stop playing around. Stop playing the fuck around. Okay, and so we all know that. We all know that they be trying to make people live in sacrifices. They be trying to destiny swipe people. They be trying to do all types of shit because they jealous of our light and our gifts, our talents. And that's what you have to always say to yourself. Don't try to let them devalue you, especially you youth. because they're going to try to devalue you before you even know your worth. So don't let nobody devalue you before you know your worth and try to take your light before you know your worth. And they do this, they plotted on Little Wayne when he was a kid. They plotted making him, harming him when he was a little kid. That's to take people's light so you can control them better. And that's their textbook method. Okay. That's what they do that to so many people. So, um, don't let people devalue you. Like try to like say you 15, 16 years old, you making uh, a nice song or something, and you go show somebody older or something, and they hate on you. They just tell you, oh, that ain't gonna be nothing. That ain't nothing. You don't ever say fuck in your head. Say fuck you, bitch. I like it. I'm the one that matters, anyways. As far as what I like, and I don't think that um, your opinion matter. If you don't like it, that's all you have. You have to think. Maybe if it's your elder, you say it in your head, but don't let it devalue you because so many people are going to try to make your self esteem low. Don't let it work. Okay, they're going to try to come at your physical appearance, any perceived flaws, any perceived anything, and you say, um, you're work in progress, but God has made you whole. And you're a work in progress, and you admit, you always have room for improvement. And you want God to give you that awareness, that self-awareness and situational awareness to be able to take those incremental steps to improve your life. When you get depressed, take some time for rest. You know, don't try to rush it. Don't try to force yourself to do things you don't want to do if you can cut back and think of ways to get your spiritual rest, to get your spiritual reset when you need it. Just do it. When you get depressed, you actually want to do the absolute bare minimum, just enough. And the rest of your energy, where's it going on? Things that make you happy, or I'm not saying like again, you have to be very, very, very aware. Don't let your responsibilities just go out the window. But usually, if you need a reset on on a recalibration on what is actually necessary in your life. What are you looking at? Are you listening to somebody that devalues you? Are you looking at something that devalues you? Are you looking at rage bait? Are you looking at shit that's triggering you? Are you listening to? And I've done it all. You listen. I've had to stop listening to that rage bait because it gets you. It's designed to get you angry. It's designed to get you be sitting there pissed off, wondering why society is doing this. That doesn't make any sense. Why is the government doing this? Why is it? Yeah, that's what they do. Okay, that's why we have to really get into the mode of really, really one day getting off of this motherfucking system. I don't care what nobody say. The day is gonna come one way or the other where your motherfucking ass is gonna have to call it out or fight and possibly even fight and die. And you cannot be scared at this time. Now, if you see them backing off, then don't get stupid. Don't go saying go out there and do nothing crazy, get yourself locked up. But I'm saying, when is enough going to be enough? The moment they start pushing certain things that violates First Amendment right, Second Amendment right, Third Amendment right, Fourth Amendment right, all that shit, Bill of Rights, all of it. That's when you need to act a plumb fool. First and second rights, you need to act a plumb fool. I don't care what nobody say, because it's legal. And then remember your third, your fourth, your fifth, your sixth, your seventh. Go read it right now. Print it out right now. I got a copy right now in my purse. Yes, I do. Yes, I do have a copy in my purse because they gonna try to hurry up and they removed a part of the Constitution from off the government website. And then they put it back up when people called it out. So you can play around if you want with them people. That ain't nothing but some illusion shit anyways. But you also have to delegitimize in mass. You can't just have one or two people speaking out, going on a limb, going all ham and standing up, and then they get knocked out or fucked up, and then MK Ultra and shit, and then your motherfucking ass leave them hanging, and they gonna obviously they do a smear campaign now, especially when it come to black folk. So any little thing you do, they gonna demonize you. They'll lie on you, even if you had traumas or even some things you growing on, you young as fuck. They was still knowing that the government is fucking with you, like how they did young Pharaoh. Yeah, he did shit too. I'm saying he not innocent at all, not even by a long shot. But the government absolutely went after him, as well as the Masons, and that's just so obvious. It's so fucking obvious for those who have been in that line of work and had went through the same thing, such as myself. I know exactly what it looks like now after going through it 100%. That's why, like, I guess I do have overly compassionful when I see it happening to someone else because I know for a fact because it's very covert and it's very secretive, so you will not know. Like you won't have like full blown evidence. You know, you have to build up methods in science, like I had to do to prove it, but to remove the plausible deniability. But it has happened when I see it happening to other people. I kind of some maybe sometimes they really have committed the crime. Sometimes they really are not being targeted. Maybe chickens have come home to roost. But I know for me, sometimes I could be a little too soft on the situation because I'm traumatized from what I went through with this government. It make me thinking, oh shit, they're going after them. We have to be careful of that. But sometimes motherfuckers have done some bullshit. Sometimes it ain't no COINTELPRO. Sometimes a motherfucker is a grifting, scamming this black community and other communities as well. Maybe they just a fucking scammer. Sometimes it ain't the government going after them. You'll know what it look like. You will know. Everything they don't motherfucking COINTELPRO. When I see gaslighting, like that situation would happen with ozone, like, you know, someone write about that. And I haven't spoken out too publicly about it because, I know people don't, they look, I'm a military scientist. I can rip your shit to shreds, smithereen stuff that the average black American won't catch. I caught. Okay, you can't get nothing past me because I'm not trained by. I'm not beholden to the FBI, the CIA, none of that. No government institutions. I'm trained by intelligence agency of the likes you have never seen, will never hear of, and ever will exist again. And so I can hear even when people talking within 5 seconds, I could be seeing stuff, all types of shit. Oh, okay, your motherfucking ass. But when I hear certain things, like the black community, they'll eat that stuff up. That's why we got so many fucked up ass cults in this community. It even happened to me because we tend to believe things at face value. We're trusting people. We've learned not we've been wary of trusting each other more lately, but to be honest, we are kind of gullible when it comes to certain things because it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. It's just that, you know, it comes from the culture of saying what you mean and meaning what you say. And if you say go do something, people we expect you to do it. If things change, we expect the communication that things change and the explanation. If it's logical, okay, we'll accept it. Or if it's not, then we'll call you out on your bullshit and say that sounds like bullshit. That's what we do. So we can't understand, like that level when people come to deceive or people come, you tell us you're going to build a school. Okay, we're expecting the school. It sounds really good. It sounds really nice. You say it's going to be for black boys. You're going to be learning some sort of education, cool things. Sure, why not? Okay, you want to need this type of money. Okay, we're waiting for it. But sometimes it can be taken to the extreme as far as what people be saying out their mouth and what they be telling us. And it's designed to be a cult. It's designed for mind control. It's designed for gatekeeping, to keep you under the umbrella and for you to not question too much, but you're going to get grifted by fucking sellouts. I'm not saying that about Umar Johnson. I know I'm talking about the school, but I'm not actually talking about him when I say that. Um, I'm just saying, like, like when I was just saying, I was watching a documentary with Brother Polite, and I was like, now, but if I know what I know now, if I was as intelligent as I am now and I was 19, 20 years old, ain't no way in the world I would have fell for that bullshit. If I would say within 5 seconds, I would have been like, just the look in the eyes, I'm like, oh, hell no. Hell no. Hell no. Somebody tell you that they shot somebody in the face and then it was in a gang and then it's out 14 days later or the government let them out and then you go right to the black community, you talking some shit, you know, something I would have known instantly that was some bullshit right now. But back then, yeah, I fell for it, you know. But right now, type of time I'm on, out of no guys don't do it. No, I can even hear from voice inflection, resonance, all types of shit, just from the voice. That look in the eyes, the mouth, ear, the spirit. Like I know I sound outrageous right now, but it's like I'm telling you, if I had like a offline group, because I want to be messy right now. If I had an offline group of people, I would be able to tell them this person is not going to last within 5 years. This person is not going to be around 2 years. Look at the mouth area, study the mouth area, study the eyes. I would teach them how to look at this stuff not from like a forensic, like how they do forensic body language. No, it's deeper. And you will be able to see like that motherfucker is a scammer. They're gonna get caught scamming. They're gonna get caught fucking up. They're gonna get caught doing some fucked up shit. And it'll be on the money. Mm-hmm. Because I do it in my head all the time now for since like 2022. But before then, I used to be able to. I do it for positive too. Like, okay, that person's that's gonna be the star. That's gonna be the person. That's gonna be like that's the that's the money maker. That's the star. That's the person with the sauce. That's the person that's special. That's the person with integrity. I do it that way too. That part I've been doing literally since I was a kid, and I've always been on the money. I have always accurately, when any show I watch, I have always accurately picked the winner. Always accurately picked the winner, whether it been American Idol, whether it been and I used to watch American Idol as a kid, and I used to watch America's Next Top Model. And I'm telling you, every winner of America's Next Top Model when I was a kid picked every single. I know, I mean, when I say I already knew in advance who would win based off of their prana, their energy, their aura, all of that. Remember when Naima won her season? I knew she was going to win. Yeah, I remember when Eva won her season? I knew she was going to win. Like, I literally was like, okay, from the first episode, as soon as I saw Eva with that audition, when she took off her glasses, I said, she's going to win. She's going to win. She's going to win. And I was a little ass kid. I was like young as hell. And I said, that girl's going to win. And then I remember, I think Takara was on that season that said she's going to go far. I said she's not going to win. I said, but she's going to go far in that in the business. How did I know? Even at 8, whatever age I was, I probably was a little older than that. How did I know? The aura, the energy. I don't know. I can't explain it. I don't know how to explain it. But I've been doing it for so long, especially with positive stuff. Any type of show, even if it was like I grew up. Y'all grew up watching Making the Band or something. I would know who was going to make it team. I would know who was going to like. But Babs already. I said Babs is going to go far. I said I don't know what it is with Babs. I said she's going to do something really good. And then that's when Queen of the Ring came out. And I watched Queen of the Ring for years, but I already knew, even from her, literally, even when I'm walking with the cheesecake down the street and all that shit. I said, that girl, I don't know what I said, something special about her. And I hope she has longevity. And if she stick with Queen of the Ring, and I think she still do Queen of the Ring, right? That's like, what, 10, she been doing it, what, 10, 15 years now? And they have morphed. They got men performing now. They travel. They just be in New York. You know, when I was growing up, and it had some people from Louisiana and all that. I forgot the chick's name from Louisiana. She was a pretty cool rapper. But now they traveling. They go to Louisiana. I think I had checked on them because I was like, what's Queen of the Ring doing? I grew up watching Queen of the Ring and 40 Bars and shit, and Torito and their funeral. I was like, what the hell are they doing? What's going on with Queen of the Ring now? Huh? And it was just interesting because I was like, man, I used to be a battle rap fiend. I haven't been into it for a long, long time, but I'm telling you, that was my thing. I used to get a pen and paper and write both the names down. Actually, give which round is gonna go to which, what kind of styles. I used to like literally grade how many wordplay, how many reactions from the crowd, how delivery, all of that. Man, I love battle rap. I really do. And I don't like it to get commercial. I'm telling you, once them people come in this shit, it just I hate it because it's something so raw and powerful about just people, coming in with that. Just it's just art's sake. It's an art expression. People could get a little money. I understand, gonna have some business things, but it's just that. But when it has to go through, we have to have vendors. We have to have sponsors. We gotta bring some Jews in. Like, why does it have to go to all the time? Like, it really bothered me. And when I saw battle rap going commercial, I checked out. I ain't even gonna hold you. I checked out totally. Obviously we remember the Loaded Lux and Calico, which I thought I thought that was a dope battle. I don't even think that was the issue with me because that was a pretty good battle. They had Daylight. I remember him and Smack URL. Was it King of the Dot? I don't know. It was one of them where I just started to feel like I think maybe the performance with Can I Bus. That's when I kind of was hurt by that performance by Can't Have Us against the one he's reading off the paper. It's kind of like, what's that about? And I have to say that's kind of like that wasn't it, but it was like when I started seeing commercial stuff, like I just was like, oh, here we go. That's why I swear I would, man. When they say homeboy coming or motherfucker, I hope so. I hope he come with a big ass motherfucking spacecraft and take off all niggas of my bloodline, okay, of me, and I know. And a couple of a couple of Tina Marie's will be some of the Tina Marie's gonna want to come. Yeah, no, my fourth grandmother on my dad's side, they white, so the Tina Marie's be attracted to my oral. You take a couple of them, we out, and some niggas and we go, and maybe some Paul Walls, some loyal, and some John Brown, and they ain't gonna outnumber us. It's gonna be like the number be so low they can't even think of doing it. They ain't gonna be able to do the okey doke no more. You gonna get in that, and we out shit because I'm like, man, it just don't feel good. It don't feel good for me. I know that people don't care about it or think about stuff like that. I'm just cut from a different breed. I'm from the old Vanguard. And D'Angelo had an album called Vanguard and the Black Messiah. He had the Vanguard. He's still. I looked at them lyrics. He's from the old motherfucking Vanguard. Yes, he is. I did the research. I said, okay, okay. And like I said, I'm not an energy harvester for nobody else. I got my own light. Okay, I have my own. So I'm not one to be trying to, use his unfortunate death to, create content. Um, I grew up listening to D'Angelo. Who didn't? Okay. He's an excellent artist. Okay. And I'm pissed off because he did get done wrong by that industry. If I'm lying, I'm flying. I was at Georgia State University. We're learning about Black masculinity in the class at Georgia State University. Um, we talking about D'Angelo, white lady who worked in industry, who worked with handlers of D'Angelo, were just randomly brought up and was talking for like a good 10 to 15 minutes about his personal situation. I have to say real quick, this made me chuckle when I said that I was at Georgia State University learning about black masculinity. Now, luckily, the class was actually taught by a black man. But I thought what flashed through my head was real fast was that is really that is so stupid. Why didn't you just talk to a black man? Like, like it was like who sits in a class to learn about black masculinity when there's black men everywhere. But then the whole class was filled with black people and one white person. That's crazy. That's absolutely insane. I mean, on a spiritual level, it's weird. It's like African American studies, all these courses. I'm not saying I'm not advocating for the removal of those courses or anything like that. I'm just saying the structure. That's not the structure. Um, I mean, we could certainly use some improvement. I mean, but I guess in theory, perhaps the the curriculum around that I guess is important because people unpack theories. People unpack phenomenon and theories in academia that can be quite annoying, but um, in some aspects, I do think it's meaningful. And so I guess I'm not bashing it, of course. It just made me chuckle. Like, well, if people want to learn about Black masculinity, why are they going to Georgia State University? Why won't they just go talk with some But I mean, you know what I mean? Like it's just weird. And that's where we talk about like the hegemony of layers of power or knowledge power within um the production of knowledge. Like black men don't own Georgia State University, but yet you gotta they charge for a course. They pay, to learn about black masculinity. That's insanity. And that's what that's this is the type of like neuroticism, so to speak, or like the deep stuff that I'll be thinking about. And I know for the average person, they're like, it just doesn't matter. Like everybody, let's put our heads down and just get some money. And for me, I'm like, I just see too many layers of stuff that is either illogical, oxymoronic, funny, stupid, even good, even of value. But sometimes I see things that are to be honest, are utterly stupid, um, or utterly unfair and unjust, and it's just hard to just turn that off. It really is, and so I actually like am trying to actually learn still how to tune that out without it affecting me on a deep level. Like we talk about hegemony within power constructions across the board, uh, that affects melanated people and even Black women, obviously in all facets of industries and of life. It just to me I hope people can understand why I could come off sometimes so unsettled and obviously you have a knee-jerk reaction to speak out about it, about the system and about those things. And so, I know I may have ruffled feathers. I know I may even be, extremely controversial, but I do hope that even if someone wouldn't take the steps or do the things that I would do or say, I hope that they would at least um, understand, just on a human level, just the basic decency of someone's sovereign right. I know there's a lot of people that's just very surface level. Okay, well, we have to fall into the race paradigm. Or people feel like they have to fall into the religious paradigm. They have to fall into those paradigms. But again, we are souls at the end of the day. I hope people can uh, if they wouldn't even agree with my methods, that they could understand that level of frustration. Just even on something as simple as having to sit in a class at Georgia State University that is not owned by black men, but yet still learn about black masculinity. And then it's black people in the class, and then his white woman raises her hand to tell us about D'Angelo. Now, honestly, I wasn't holding it against her. I said, well, maybe she really wants to learn. But I'm telling you, all the rest of the kids, I mean, if I'm lying, I'm flying. The rolling of the eyes, the huffing and puffing, it was actually quite funny. And rude, which I did say. I'm like, that's rude. But I guess they felt some, like who are you to tell us about D'Angelo? And if I'm lying, I'm flying. This happened in 2020. Whenever that Vanguard album came out, but that I don't think was the reason why that he became the topic of the conversation. That wasn't the reason. That was 2016, 2017, 2016. One of them. One of them. But nonetheless, let me finish playing this little presentation. Do I want to talk about the Angie Stone thing? I might as well, since I'm off of the mic is on rather. Um I want to address like the thing where they were saying like, his handlers. Well, matter of fact, I'll play and then I'll come back on because I think it makes sense to talk about the first part, then talk about um uh, that particular aspect about how the industry, how he felt uncomfortable, how they was doing him dirty. And that ritual, that song, "How Does It Feel?" He didn't want to do that naked, obviously, and she was telling us about that. And I remember she was the only white person in the class, so all the black people just dismissed her. But she was saying that industry is not what you think it is. She was on that conspiracy theories, the stuff that we be talking about now. She was on that. That was like damn near 10 years ago. And she was talking about, she was like, yeah, D'Angelo didn't deserve that. He really got disillusioned with the music industry. And he wanted to do music for music's sake. He wasn't asking for all these rituals and all this stuff and all this bullshit that come with the industry. It wasn't, just artists that want to express art and do music and do it for passion's sake, not all this stuff. So, he got in over his head, he felt, and she was just telling us how it kind of, he struggled. She talked obviously about, some things in his personal life that he struggled with in terms of drugs, which I think we all knew that, and why he kind of didn't like the limelight. And that, but it was interesting. She said, how does it feel? She said, and then the people around him with the industry. And she was saying he didn't want to do that video naked and all these things. He did. I think she even said he didn't like the song. And at that time, people was rolling their eyes at her. She was the only white person talking. She was the only white person around, actually. Um, we were talking about black masculinity. So as you could imagine that, and she was Jewish, and then she's talking about she got connections to the. If I'm lying, I'm flying. I probably could, I wouldn't go and try to find this girl's name, but I'm like, if I could not make this literally happen at Georgia State University. And I remember we were listening and we were like, damn, that happened at the. But I was already, looking at conspiracy theory channel. So it perked my ears hearing that. But the rest of the people, they wrote that off. They was like, he fine, he just didn't want to work hard or he didn't want to make it or whatever. He did make it. But let's be real, when she said that, that shit was, I don't think she lying about that. What that wasn't even popular to be talking about at that time, especially in a room full of black people. Like why would she just rent? I just know in my soul that there was some truth to it because she was like, yeah, people have to be careful with that industry. People have to, that's why I left. And then she was just telling us about his situation, how it made him depressed and stuff. That particular ritual around how does it feel, you know, and feeling like he was pressured by the industry to do certain things. Um, which I can see spiritually. I'm not gonna get all into his business, but I will talk about what the business in terms of what was public, like the fact that, you know, and I think people generally knew that he did not want to be a sex symbol, or objectified. Like that being naked in the video, how does it feel? Believe it or not, that was not his idea. He didn't like it. It was weird, but they put the pressure on people and whatnot. And so if you notice after that, that was kind of, I think when did Voodoo come out? I mean, again, I was a kid when all this stuff was going on with the hoopla about how does it feel, because a lot of people were obviously they thought it looked really good in the video. Um, but I have to say, he himself, and honestly, you could kind of look at his aura, like for those that could see, like that's not his personality, anyways. Like sometimes people are really, really good looking, but that don't mean they want to be a sex symbol. Why would they want to just be known for sex? You can't, why would you want to be known for someone that can be looked at and the first thing someone think in their mind is sex and how does it feel? And so just like how a woman would have an issue with something like that, if obviously a man could too. Um, and so that kind of take a toll on people, trying to be put when someone's trying to put you in a position that you yourself in normal circumstances would not do. Yeah, maybe he is good looking. What does that have to do with the the price and tea in China in terms of um his expression of his particular sexuality? And I just felt um you know, even me seeing that video, how does it feel? Even as a kid, I ain't gonna hold you. It was confusing to me. I mean, I didn't. Like, obviously, I remember all the adults, the female adults, women adults rather. They was like, "Oh, that's the Angela," and I just remember thinking, "Oh, I mean, obviously, we thinking, how does what feel as a kid, right? What feel, and why is your shirt off?" Like I guess like I just didn't understand what was but I do remember, my granny being saying that he's really attractive, but he didn't want to be a sex symbol. And And then he felt like some people I think I talk about this in the recording, and but some people didn't sign up for all of that. Sometimes I think the naivete, him being 19 going into that industry, and then you know Angie Stone bringing him in, and he kind of blamed her, or kind of felt like she introduced him into that world, and that wasn't really what he was. That wasn't really what he was looking for in terms of creating music expression and creating art. That's not what it was. Obviously not with the exception of, with the exception of probably some of the dope artists and dope experiences and moments that he had within it. That's not to take away from that, like everything was just miserable and all that. That's crazy. Obviously that level of production of music requires some sort of and especially with the process is documented. It's something that the public can go and study in terms of voodoo and brown sugar, um from his mouth himself, and even from other people that worked with him. um there was people that he even himself, there were moments where it was stellar art. You could feel the soul in it, and but when you're objectified, or when your cattle puts it into something that doesn't necessarily feel natural to your personality, it could cause insecurities. It can cause you to want to shy away, back up from the limelight. Somebody asks you to do something you don't want to do, rituals if they want you to, you don't want to, that's how it be. um but with D'Angelo, I have to say, I understand the idea of not wanting to be a sex symbol and stuff, and then like the ways in which you react to that in terms of even self-sabotage, but also wanting to cover up. And I do think that escape and cover up, cope, escape, and cover up. And so, people talk about his drug use. It's probably the escapism. People talk about his weight gain. That's probably the cover up. From people talk about how he hid from the spotlight. It's probably, the running from the public in terms of dealing with the industry, the machine, but then what's expected in terms of the sex symbol stuff. And then obviously, they were talking about him and Angie Stone. Now they say there was handlers involved in keeping them apart, and that he sold her out, and had signed contracts for them to stay away from each other, for him to stay away from her. um they do that. That is a thing where people do, they don't, handlers, if they got an agenda to put somebody as a sex symbol, and then here you with Angie Stone, even I think she's beautiful. Ain't nothing wrong with Angie Stone, but that's how the industry set it up. Okay, real dark skinned, whatever. You're plus size, you are, but you with D'Angelo. You can't be with D'Angelo. Do this is it. This is how it's in. And you could go into that industry where you sign something, and then they get to tell you what to do, who to be with, where to go, where to act, how to act, what to talk. And so if that was something, I literally have heard that from multiple people. So it could be true. It could just be a rumor. But if that was such a thing, I mean, that's unfortunate. But I also don't quite necessarily buy that. Only because when you think about it, Angie Stone and D'Angelo both ended up at the same conclusions at the end of their time in the music industry, albeit he left before her. And the proof of that is that Vanguard album, The Black Messiah. If you read the lyrics through the entire album, and then he, we didn't, after that, he did. I know he did the festivals, but like we didn't really hear from him. But I like the Vanguard album. I bought it. I tried to put everybody else onto it. They couldn't understand the lyrics, and they kept comparing it to Brown Sugar's moment, and so they missed an opportunity to really study the art for what it was by just studying the lyrics. I think in many ways he wanted um to maybe that was a part of the whole conceptual aspect of things, to sound like, to make it to I mean, because there I had to look up the lyrics of, I had to look up the stuff and actually read it because I couldn't quite make out what the words or what he was saying. But the beautiful thing about that is like those there's no way you can read those type of lyrics and then conclude that this is a drug head or this is a person that don't know what's going on in the world. This is a person that's lost his edge. I mean, not mentally and not spiritually. I mean, but whatever. Now, when it comes with Angie Stone, she ended up leaving the industry too, calling it out, spilling the beans. They did her dirty, ran her over with the damn truck and all types of crazy shit. You know, they did so much witchcraft on her, on both of them. But she ended up having the same conclusions about the industry as D'Angelo. So, and he left before her, right? And he never spoke on, on it. But if he um let me get a look at it. Right. If he actually, like they were saying, he sold her out and he was paid to stay away from her because of her looks, even though they both were madly in love and they had a kid together. He was 24 when he had the kid. So for people saying, oh, he was too young, 24, I think you know how to put protection on. I think you know how to say no as a man at 24 when it comes to impregnating a woman at 24. Yeah, I don't buy that either. I think that they made music together. I think she, in many ways, I don't think it was grooming, but 31 and 19, I think that she did see his light. I think that she did see his talent. And I think that instead of both of them, like they should have, if they both came to the same conclusion at the end of it, anyways, and when he was 19, so at 19 and 31, what I think he blamed her with was like, you brought me into something I wouldn't have walked into myself had I had the knowledge and known. And so he kind of held that against her. And when he actually matured and realized, like, okay, wait a minute, this is not what and I want. And that's why he kind of had these crashes. He was kept crashing out. He kept crashing out during he didn't want to be seen as a sex symbol. He didn't want to be he didn't want to produce commercialized music, commercial stuff. He didn't want to influence the public to do stupid shit. He didn't want to influence the public to be distracted. And so that was hard for him. But that doesn't mean he didn't want to make music. That doesn't mean that he didn't want to go to the top through his perspective or what it meant to be successful from his perspective. What does that mean if someone else is dictating to you the parameters of which you can even have it? That's not even success at that point. That's a rigged game. And so he saw through it, just like Angie Stone did at the end of the day, just like how many of them do. So, and my thing is, he ended up getting big as hell too. So, I mean, if she was so the love of his life, when he fell off look wise, he could have got with her. If he could have went back to her if that was the thing. I think they had irreconcilable differences, but also that respect and love for one another, probably. But I think he couldn't get over the fact that you know of some of her some of some things that something, and it's contraction, it is something from what I see, spiritually. And I ain't looking too all into their stuff or talk communicating with them or nothing. I'm not judging anybody that does. um just briefly spiritually, I could definitely tell the industry was antagonizing them against each other and fucking with them. I mean, if they had control, if as far as their perception of how they obsess over controlling the minds of Black people. Of course, they want to control the perception of relationships and marriage and relation, and image in the Black community. So probably they for sure, I could see where you had some handlers, somebody putting a bug in your ear about your spouse, blah blah blah, putting this having them at odds. You know, at his height, and then how they move. But I still think that if it's love, it will always work. Love conquers all. It would have if it was meant to be, it would be. It would have been rather. It would have been. So in a serious way, like it would have been like ain't nobody stopping you. I mean, ain't no amount of that industry can keep you away from the love of your life. If that's the case, I think that at one point they were the love of each other's lives, and I think that the industry can be extremely stressful and pull people apart. Hell yeah, it's just obvious. Just like how you can be contractually obligated to stay with someone or be with someone, be literally sold to someone. You literally sold to a motherfucker handler. Like, get the fuck out of here. This stuff is crazy. And so, like, how she plotted on him. She was into that witchcraft. She was doing it. His second album is called Voodoo. Why are we acting crazy? He walked away first and said, "Hell no, I don't want to deal with that." And that's when he come with the album Vanguard, and then Black Messiah, and then Angie. She came to the same conclusion at the end of her day when she realized how much they stole from her and how much they took from her in the Faustian bargain and how much people were so jealous of her and setting her up and lying on her. D'Angelo probably dealt with the same thing as far as jealousy. That's like those are real powerful gifts. And as far as the energy swiping and energy harvesting shit that they do in the industry, yeah, they'll copy you, steal your likeness, try to act like you, copy tidbits of your story to go rise up and all this stuff to get likes and views. Yeah, people would do that. What else is new? But the thing is, they do it even without, even if you're not in the industry too. So that's the only danger. That's the only annoying thing of that. Like, if you don't get in front of it yourself, they'll just pay other people to just do it. And especially if you got sauce and light and you the shit, they'll just like those people at the top. They won't mind paying um a desperate they won't mind paying someone that may be losing relevancy or something to just copy your exact story and have obviously whoever on the back end prop it up and pay bloggers and whatnot to go run with the narratives. And most of the time, the narrative can be entirely fake. It doesn't matter. It could totally be scripted and staged, and people would still report on it because it's a part of the weird system they have down here. I noticed that's how people actually make money off of other people and whatnot, and just make money. Period. People. It's hard out here. People sell each other out for a $2 McChicken flurry and all this shit. People are selling each other out for little to nothing, and it's been going on for a long time. Um, but I don't. I think that um that's the dangers. Like that stuff was. I think it's hard to explain because they've been going on for a long time. It's not even my role to explain it. It's just like when you have talent like that, it has to be. Say if you do want to help manage, like, or you do want to help the person, them people don't know how to manage Black American talent or Black American. They don't. And then you have it because I already know our people is not on the type of time I'm on, and so I'm kind of like left on an island alone, or at least it feels that way. But they go assign with them people like these white people, and they don't know how to manage them properly. As far as like, I could look within 2 minutes of D'Angelo's energy and aura and tell that image for him as a sex symbol is not going to work. Like, how could you not look at him, even the way he was singing, his posture? That's not his personality. Just let him be himself. And himself will evolve and show. uh and even the process of like rebranding, that stuff happens naturally just through life experiences. You don't have to stage an event to rebrand. Like you will learn shit, you come into new information, shit changes, you have go through crazy experiences, and life will rebrand you, life will humble you, life will give you your the image you want to wear, the way you want to express yourself, not a fucking record label. And so D'Angelo knew that. It's like, and so it's like, that's like they want to commercialize the rap. Commercial, the sounds have to be this. You have to rap this. You have to sing this. That's not how you manage talent. That's not how you manage. Anytime you start doing stuff like that, yeah, it's doomed to fail. It's just common sense. You know, I know people ain't thinking like that. It's like, okay, it's just money, 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 money. I get it. I get it. But it's not with it's with a heavy heart that I say this. It really is, because it's like, you know, because obviously it's not just happening in the music industry. It's in most industries. It's ridiculous. But they don't know how to promote them people, and they end up crashing out and crashing and burning and not even being happy, on drugs, all drugged out and stuff, all fucked out, because that's not ever what the intentions was. And for whatever reason, do you need to feel the need to control that gift, that element? That's weird to me. They both ended up exposing the industry though and leaving it anyways and following the teachings of Yeshua. They both said the industry was not for them. But here's the kicker. What they don't know is they could have sung and made those songs in a church. Not even about the church. Just if they wanted to be like real spiritual, right? And just be out of the industry, right? Or have a spiritual center, whatever it was. They could have did that independently. They ended up going. It's like James Brown said. I would have. I wouldn't. I traded the sunrise for the sunset if I knew then what I know now. Nah. Anyway, they went into the industry thinking to make music. You know, every song on that last album could be of D'Angelo's could be a song uh, that could have been sung in their own little spiritual center that they started, whether it be a church, whether it be whatever, right? And independently, they could have literally did that. It's the frequency and intentions of the song that matters, not the genre. You know, Angie Stone, she makes a song called Brown Brother. It could have been released publicly, even like say if she did want to just go into ministry or did want go into like teaching Sunday school or being a pastor or something, she still could have released Brown Brother. What's wrong with a song? What's wrong with a song of encouragement for the youth? Did Yeshua not love the black children? So why would anybody have a song with an issue with a song called "Encouraging Brothers"? Who would? Or even the song "When We Get By on Love," "When We Get By." Like the frequency and intentions is what matter in the music, not the genre. That's why you see like people, they'll do rap or whatever, and it's the intentions of the message. At least that's how I see it. That's how I see it. The intentions and the frequency of the song, not the genre and the will. You already have the gifts. But part of fussing and bargain is to make you think they gave the gift to you or enacted the gift or enhanced the gift or activated it. But when you see stuff like prompt talent like that, only God can give gifts like that. Now it's up to you what you do with it. Okay. Make no mistake about it. Now it's up to you what to do with it. That go for me too. But yes, they rigged the system for people um who won't um go through them, as far as like the deal to distract people and to lie to them. But humanity now knows, you know, for the most part, people, all of the stuff is out here. They could, you know, obviously there's stage stories. Be careful People could be friends behind the scenes and be still accusing them of all types of crazy shit in the public. You don't know them people. That go for me too. We don't know them. Even if we did grow up listening to them since we was 4 years old, 5 years old and shit. That's real talk. Like we literally grew up listening to these. Like, do you know how much brain washing? I mean, not even brainwashing, but you know how much mind, what's it called? Social engineering we gotta undo. If you a '90s baby and everybody loves music, I mean, let's just be real. Let's be fucking real. And so even when we hear bad things about a artist or something, we sometimes we even have cognitive dissonance. Like, nah, that's like our brother. Like in your head, you be like, no, you done learned so many lyrics from him. You don't know, you don't learn so many shit. But if they doing fuck shit, we don't know them people. Hey, what the hell? Like we don't know. So I mean I've grown up, I have artists that I like and stuff, but if I come into information about things, I don't just go along to get along. I'm not signed to them people. So, you know, um if it comes out that they doing crazy stuff, then obviously the thing is you would my thing at this point, you can't trust none of that stuff. And like I would say, for all you know, them people could be laughing to the bank, ha ha ha, kiki. Go tell them, yeah, go put all them rumors out, and this is to distract from this person. They out here telling, they trying to, you know, go do this. Is I'm gonna look like the bad guy, but you're gonna look like the good guy. But really, it's to distract from the person that's not in the industry, that's not a part of the controlled opposition. And people fall for it every time, like hook, line, sinker. And I think it's by design. And I honestly think there's so many people involved in it because they have to. It's they're gonna fight to keep it. So it's the cover ups are real. The cover ups are the cover ups. Just like these people coming forward after the trial done ended. Where the fuck was you when it was all going on? I know what's going on. I received a call from. Let me shut up. I had a chance to really do something, and then people took the money to keep this shit covered up. And I'm telling you that I know that intel myself. Okay, we're talking about for humanity, a chance for us to do something different, and it's sad because that's not the first time it happens. It happens every so often. It happened with LBJ. Um, and it just go back and forth. It's like a ping pong match. They were supposed to deliver the black community over to the Republican Party. They can't do it. They couldn't do it successfully. My thing is, it shouldn't be having to deliver nothing to no party, no one way or the other. Where the fuck is the tangibles? Where the fuck is it for this system for us? A governance structure for us. Why is it about they hurt people like cattle? Who's the that's what they do. And when something don't fit them, or when they want to switch up the agenda to mo, or even undermine someone, just like how LBJ undermined the black community, it's just another way of doing it. Smiling in your face, thinking that you're going, and then you won't be able to see the effects 40 to 50 years from now. It's nothing but uh, it's just high level psyops. But then you have to be careful because you don't know what kind of intelligence agencies are involved in that shit. Even the military had to get involved, so you can't just take this shit lightly. You cannot. Multiple, it's a lot of shit going on. And just to see people out here trying to like even uh use bits and pieces from real life stories, from real life serious ass fucking situations, and then but trying to funnel hurry up and at the end put in a damn political party or as people we know are corrupt or pedophiles, and it's like, nah, man, like I'm if this is no, what, here go the distractions, here go the people, and then it's like they can say anything behind the scenes and smear campaign or whatever, and that's how stuff get, you know, but it is what it is. Um, another thing they say with with Angie Stone, you know, when it comes to D'Angelo, and I can't speak on it, they both passed in transition. I really, truly, truly Wish them the most peace and love and light. And, I truly, truly do. But D'Angelo told you, revealing at the end of the day, the charade. Just read the lyrics to the last album. Why he disappeared? He'll tell you everything. But he was more, he wasn't that raging at the system in this song. Maybe, I mean, in the album, maybe a couple of songs, but it was a dope album, you know. Um, and then I saw the interview with Angie Stone. She was talking, one of the more recent ones, when she was talking about D'Angelo. I kind of felt her aura is really, really powerful. And I kind of just think that, I don't think that I'm not saying D'Angelo's aura is not powerful. I could see how even in that last interview when she was talking about him, that's a little bit too much. Which I agree and believe in what she was saying, but if someone come to you saying we have the winning element, I always told him we have the winning element. He probably believed it, and they probably did. But the winning element until you stop winning, or until it stops, and until the element is not even recognizable anymore. That's how. But when and a lot of times, um, again, like I said, he held it against her for bringing him into that industry. I'm pretty sure they probably would have made it all the way through had they been out of the industry and just did music. Local clubs had open a little juke joint, open a little church, and just keep it and just do music, music, music. You can have a choir, you can have the juke joint band, a restaurant, whatever. Maybe it would have been fine. Maybe it would have been better, that way. Something small. Where are they from? Something in the South. It could have been anywhere. It could have been in the damn backwoods. But you got you get it. If you was to ask them now, okay, would you rather have that, or would you rather have what's in the industry? They probably would have said like, shit, as long as I could make music and just chill and be free and just, you know, that's probably, we don't know. It's coulda, woulda, shoulda. But when it comes to them, you know, I'm not here to bash or disrespect or anything like that, because I think it's terrible how they treated them, and I also think that it's horrific how they treated Angie Stone. You know, doing her like that, trying to take her money like that. Shit. But when someone say they got the winning element, that kind of sounds scary. The afro, this big ass afro is this dark skin, and I think her skin is beautiful. So don't try to go with the color and stuff. But I'm saying her aura is so powerful. Okay, and she don't. She's not a. I don't think she was aware of her power when it comes to dealing with D'Angelo. That's what I'm saying, and that's a lot of power to handle. And I'm speaking from experience because I have the same type of very powerful aura myself. Um, and I can only speak from certain experiences. I'm not trying to center myself and make it about me. I'm talking about like two scenarios. I'll tell you two scenarios. Like some people just have this aura on them. Um, I remember I had a family member that was I mean, I knew a person. Oh, this spoke too soon. I knew a person that was dating a guy who was getting this was going to be coming home from prison, but they had been dating for a long time. The whole bid he did, the whole time he was in there, she was with him, going up to see him, put the money in the books, all that stuff. Well, when it came for him to come out, he just kind of like I will never forget. He was like, "Yeah, you're gonna get." He told this girl, "You're gonna get two jobs. I'm gonna come live with you. You're gonna get two jobs. You're gonna work, and um, I'm gonna do music. I'm gonna, like it wasn't like he had a plan or anything. He didn't have a plan. You're gonna come live with this woman, and then you're gonna tell her she's gonna get two jobs. Not he's gonna get two jobs. She's gonna get two jobs. Because she already had one job, and he told her to pick up another one so that so that you know she could buy him some clothes. And at that point, when I heard this shit, I ain't even say nothing because I had been trying to tell this person like that. And women, you know how they get about their man. So I said, let me shut the fuck up. I ain't saying nothing. I ain't saying shit. I said, let me. But I knew I said that nigga ain't shit for that. So, but you know what? I'll tell you this: as much as pick Misha, we all had them pick Mishas in our family. I have to say, she wasn't that damn. She ain't go for that. She literally broke up with him right when he said that. And I said, well, what did you do when when he said that? She said, I broke up with him. And the relief. I said, oh, she ain't that far gone. And she said, well, they don't, I gotta get another job. I said, girl, I'm glad I said, but ain't it crazy how he waited a whole 10 years to show him your true colors? Look how long he waited to show you his true motherfucking colors. He ain't tell you to get a second job all them 10 years until you save that money, get you some stocks. He wasn't even being a real nigga. Like he could have, been doing well, you need to get a second job, and that money, that paycheck you get, you need to get you a Roth IRA. You need to get you some dividends. You need to get you go invest, go start a business or something. Go start a car making business. Go start a candle business. Anything. He didn't do none of that. He sat on his calling with commissary, all this stuff. But a week before you get out, you gonna get another job. You gonna buy me some clothes. Get your nigga, get your raggedy ass on up out of here. That's what I was thinking in my head. I ain't saying nothing. So, but she knew she broke up with him, right? She breaks up with him. He gets out. I don't know how he found out where she lived, but he found out. Niggas find out. She wasn't home. She was at work. I was there with being a babysitter. So I'm raising the baby, her baby, and um he comes to the house. I don't know who it is, and I knew of him. I just didn't know like who was at the door or how he necessarily even looked. But he's knocking on the door, and I heard a kid say, we both look out the window, and I'm like, who is that? I'm not. My first instinct was like, I'm not answering the door because I don't even know who that is. And he was like, Jack. He had already opened up the window to talk to the person because he's like, well, I know who it is. That is so and so. And I said, so and so. I said, well, they not together no more. What is he here for? So I said, well, I said, you don't get your ass out that window. Let me see what's going on here. I walk up to the window and I looked him in his eyes and it looked like he had saw a ghost. Like, somebody starts stumbling backwards and like they about to fall. That's literally soon. I just was like, hello, how can I help you? And he said, I'm looking for so and so. And his voice started quivering, shaking. I had never seen nothing like that. And I said, who are you? What's your name? And as he explained, and I said, okay, I tell her you came by. Thank you but it wasn't like I said, who the fuck is you? It was very, very calm, just like I'm saying. I said, hello. You know, I had never seen like somebody just like it was like he was stumbling backwards. And I was like, okay, what the hell is that about? And I just closed the window. I said, well, I'll finish. Because I used to let the little kid play with water guns in the house. I didn't tell her not to tell your mom. I used to let him jump on the couch, jump on the bed, run around butt naked, do whatever you want. Oh, we used to have a ball. Do whatever you be free. Be a free kid. Be a kid. Oh, so we used to have a ball. Um, but That was just one scenario. So then I'll give you another scenario of sometimes how a woman's power could just ooze without her not saying much. And Angie Stone says, we have the winning element. It chills though. But I'm thinking in my head, like, if I was a man, I would be scared to be like that. Because it takes a strong man to hand it does. It takes a strong man to certain type. And I do think D'Angelo was that type, but he did not like that industry. He didn't want to play the game. She was still playing the game. Then you got handlers trying to get you apart, separate you, all this stuff. It's all, it's too much. But you have the winning. I always told D'Angelo, we have the winning element. Busted out cracking up. I said, Lord, if that ain't the stereotypical black women. But it reminded me of that movie Menace, Don't Be a Menace to While Drinking Juice in the Hood, where she's, I can get a little crazy. Yeah, you get crazy. Come on, motherfucker. Let's get it on. He's like, they put that in that movie like that. Who produced that? Who produced Don't Be a Menace? Was that John Singleton? Who? But anyways, I think they make sure it sounded good. I think they even put that in there really as a satire, of course, but really showing like sometimes this is how black woman's energy can come on to be quite rank. um and they show that this girl looking so sweet. Oh, I can get a little shy, I can get a little crazy. And then just we have the winning element. But nonetheless, I'll tell you another story. I remember there was a badass fucking badass kid, like standing on top of the water meter, like literally standing on top of a water meter, um, about to break it, like just kind of like. And so I said, "Do not stand on that water heater. What's it called? Water, not a water heater. Electric with the water meter. Yeah, I said, do not stand on that water meter. Get off of that water meter." He stood on the water meter, knocked on our window, and said, "Where is so and so?" And I said, you knock on the door. You do not stand on no water meter." He said, "You're not my mom." I said, "I don't care. Get off the water meter." So he said, he said, "Okay, I'm telling my mom on you. I'm bringing so and so. We can tell him." He ain't, not his dad went around, but it was like a bunch of niggas in the house. So he said, I'm going to get him because you can't tell me what to do. You're not my mom." I said, "Go get him." So he goes and get them. Um, Now my other family members like, "I'm gonna handle it so that nothing pop off." Because when I say they came out, who told you to get up? And I said, I told her you and mom. Who knows what the kids said, but she came out, the sister came out, the dudes came out, and they came and they knocked on our door, and they said he said you told them, and then my sister's trying to handle it. Um, you know, yeah, she was being real, real nice. And so I walked up to the window, and once again, I opened up that window, and I looked all them niggas in their eyes. I didn't even have to say a word, but I do remember. You told him. I said, "Absolutely, absolutely." You told him that he couldn't stand. Yes, I did. Yeah. Well, right, what the fuck? What we gonna do? Fight about it? What do you really think in your right logic in your mind that is logical for him to stand on that damn water meter? What if he breaks it? Are you kidding me? So, you know, but what was interesting is they was all, big and bold with her. And they was real big and bold with her. You told you what is this that he coming in the house saying that something that you said he can't stand, and you not his, when you said you don't care that you're not his mama, you gonna tell him what to do. It don't matter if you're not his mama. What is this? And I said, no, I was the one that said that. Yeah, very much so. Very much so. He's not standing on a water meter. And they got so quiet, all of them, even the men. You know, some of the men like, shut your motherfucking ass up. I ain't do none of that. I said, yeah. And I remember I said, this is what I said in my head. Now take y'all asses back in that house and smoke y'all weed and watch y'all little Jerry Springer like y'all was doing, not even watching y'all badass kid. I was gonna go. I said, turn around right now and go back in that house. And all of them turned right back. All of them turned around and got back in that house and take that little badass boy with you. I could. They was ready to fight us over that. I couldn't believe that. I'm like, why would you want him to stand on a water meter? What is the big deal? And if he's talking back to an adult, I didn't even have to do all that explaining. I just, it just, even they whole energy and tone. As soon as I walked up to that window and opened it, yeah, don't leave no black kids around me and they gonna do something because I'm not one of the ones I'm not gonna hit nobody kid. I'm not gonna whoop nobody kid or cuss at nobody kid. But disciplinarian, yes, that's literally. I'm telling you, the kids around me like, yeah, you like you gonna have as much fun as you can possibly have. But always remember, I am the disciplinarian. If you're doing something wrong, you will be corrected in love. It will be corrected. You talk back. I will try to show you the illogical idiocy of your ways. You can ask questions. You know, I even had to apologize to it. You know, growing up, you know, the parents would say, I don't apologize to the kids or they do what I told you to do. Why? Because I told you to and all that. I never was like that. I will give you an explanation. Explain logically, you know, to the kid. Explain logically. Give an explanation, you know. Um not that's different than just talking back and stuff, but just saying telling someone like apologize for like that type of thing, or just do what I told you to do because I told you. And I remember I had to apologize to a kid. They were 8 years old. He used to love to prank me. And one time he pranked me, he scared me so bad. I ended up just popping it, just my I just I hit him so hard in the head. And he said, "Look, I understand I scared you because again we were always doing these reasoning capabilities and this you know the way to use your words, express yourself, explain things, try to rationalize stuff if you don't understand it." And I will never forget. He was like, "Look, I understand that I scared you, and maybe I took things too far. I'm doing too many pranks, but you don't have to hit me on my head like that. I don't like that, and it hurts. I can agree to not prank you, but I don't want to be hit on the head." He was like 8 years old. This was his level of his explaining capability. And I said, you know what? You're right. You're absolutely right. I apologize for hitting you in the head. Please don't ever prank me. When I'm coming up the stairs, don't hide behind it. He used to be. I mean, I'm telling you, it was fun because we prank each other all the time. But that's the thing. We don't establish boundaries. And the kid it looks at you as a damn friend or something. I remember, we used to get so wild with the kids club and the pranking. I remember they made a mistake in cursing. Oh, be damn. Oh, be. I know you didn't prank me. Oh, you got me good. Shit. And I'm like, dude, you're like, you cannot. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. And so you had to establish those boundaries with kids. But I said it to say I got a little bit on a tangent, but um, there's power in auras, that people could pick up on without you saying something, without a word, you know. And so Angie Stone was one of those people. She had a lot of power in her aura. Um, and I think that's why they with that type of thing, because again, if you let energy like that get through the cracks, they'll end up running the whole thing, just like how Michael Jackson owned half of Sony and all that stuff. Like, seriously, if you that's why they suppressed her so much. That's why they suppressed Angie Stone so much. That's why they okay, this is not the image that they don't want anybody to like actually degrade this image, actually hate this image. Because if you let an energy like that figure it out and be thinking a little bit too much, and fuck around and own the whole thing. by the time everything is said and done. So that's why they do black women like that, anyways. Um, real shit. But now let's go back to I want to make sure I covered all of my notes. You know, he didn't want to be a sex symbol. She not ugly either. But at the same time, yeah, the water meter. And see, sometimes the water meters are in the ground, but in the north, the water meters are like on the side of the house. Like the water meters are something you can actually stand on. People. I'm not saying you should stand on them, but I'm saying they're not inside of that ground. They are they actually is something that is attached to a house where it and I'm sure with enough pressure, if you pull on it or just stand on it too much, it'll break. This is not the water meters that are um what's it the ones where you uplift the kind of like the sewer. It's not that. That's not that type of water meter. Actually, for the first time in my entire life, found out that a water meter could be inside of a ground. Like I'm 33 years old and I'm just now finding that out. I had no idea. I had no idea that um a water meter could be inside of a ground. Um, but nonetheless, let me just finish playing this. Tell you this, D'Angelo and Angie Stone, they I don't think it's a coincidence that 7 months apart and all these things. I ain't gonna look into all of that code stuff about it because I just want to send good vibes, and I ain't trying to make a spectacle of these people's death because these are people we grew up listening to, you know, and listen. Do you know that song? When we get by. I listened to that song. I mean, I can't even imagine. I can't even begin to tell you. That is literally a song damn near every day, probably. Not recently this year, but I have listened to that song probably about 10 times this year. But growing up, like When We Get By off of the Brown Sugar album, every motherfucking day. Okay. Because you get a playlist and you get on the bus for high school, you get on you gotta go to work and stuff on growing up, you would have to listen to something, and so your playlist is going to have the same songs. You'll had the MP3 at the time, and so I had When We Get By on here, Stevie Wonder, um, uh, Brown Sugar. Everybody had that, Cruising, maybe that's oh, but I think that was a play on Smokey Robinson's. And then shit. Damn, motherfucker. Now that was my best friend's favorite song on the Brown Sugar album. Why the both of you butt ball naked? Why the both of you butt ball naked? I'm about to go grab my knife and get both of y'all behind. Shit. Damn, motherfucker. Doo, doo. Shit. Damn. Okay, so I'm not in the tree. Doo, doo. Motherfucker. Ooh. Ooh, that D'Angelo know he can sing, don't he? He know he can sing, don't he? Want some of your Russian? That was our song, girl. So I was sad actually. I really was. I was. Because it's a lot going on. It's a lot of people dying. And so they trying to do their little rituals and whatnot. And I hope he don't get caught up in none of that. I hope he has. I know he's fragmented. There was part of him that I felt free. That man was not dumb. If y'all listen to all the lyrics of that Vanguard album, that's not somebody that was fucking stupid at all. Okay. And that was when it was that album released, 2015, 2014, give or take, 2015, right? I bought that album. I listened to that album every day. The Vanguard. Yeah. When it came out. Now, not recently, I've not listened to it every day, but when that album first came out, oh, I liked it. We were trying to get all my friends on it. And see, they couldn't hear what he was saying. And that was by design. I think he wanted to throw like but you just read them lyrics and pay attention to the beats and the conceptuals, the concepts in the lyrics are very, very, very powerful. And that will let you know what type of time he was on. Yeah, he wanted to leave the industry. Yeah, he did. You know, he was going to have his 10 years and then croak. Um, that's what they do. They target. But, you know, he let people know, you know, and then he always kind of blamed Angie Stone, you know, for bringing him into the craft and for bringing him into that industry and some as far as the rituals he had to go through, he did blame her for that. I don't think that was fair. You know, Angie Stone ended up getting saved and ended up, uh, you know, calling out things, calling out the industry, which we appreciate her for doing that. They obviously they hit her ass with a truck and ran her motherfucking ass over and try to do her dirty, you know, and that ain't cool. That ain't cool. And Angie Stone, you know, she's amazing. You know, Angie Stone, chocolate ass. She came and she's I don't want to talk about all of the cult stuff. I don't want to get all into that online, but oh, she's something else. She taught me something. She taught me like, look, you know, going to a little school. I sat in the class. It was like in a dream. It was a real weird dream I had about Angie Stone. And I don't think about that lady all like that. So that was really random to have a dream about Angie Stone in the dream. But she did help me with an idea. And then, you know, it was like some class we were all sitting. There was other people in the class, including like even a former best friend of mine. We were just sitting in as a class. It was a very highly advanced esoteric class, and they were learning about some of pretty much it's like when we talk about the fragmentation and how to rebuild souls and soul retrieval, it was like that, but on steroids. That on steroids, especially in lieu of what unfortunately is going on this planet. There is like something where people are going to explore a certain aspect of their consciousness after they transition. It's like I don't think they stay there all day. It's like I don't know. It's like some type of class. Like it was literally like a school. But she did give me an invention too. She said, "Here, check this invention out." Because you know my AI invention was stolen. And so she's like, just use this, tweak this. And she's like, I will give you the framework for the basis of it. And then my friend came up too. She said, yeah, you could just, my friend, my former best friend, she was like, yeah, just use this, and do this and you'll figure it out. You'll work that out. She's like, here's another invention for you. She was like, I ain't feel that was right either. And then I was like, what kind of, I was like, what's this place? She said, oh, it's like, and then she said something really advanced to me. I'm not going to repeat on here because I don't know if that's appropriate, you know. And then that was it. I woke up. Yeah, but she was in that class. And there was other people in there too. And then they was trying to tell me, they was like, be careful with, they're going to attack. And some girl turned around and said, they're going to attack methylene blue. I was like, what? It's like, they're going to do something with methylene blue. I said, really? And it's like, yeah, it's not going to be the same. It's not going to be as helpful as it was in the past. And I said, yeah. That was another thing too. That was weird. Because it was like Angie, chocolate, pretty chocolate, big ass Angie sitting there. And then some white girl, we in class and she learning something, and they gonna do something with methylene. I said, oh shit. Angie started just sitting there. But I don't know what that was an advanced class. And they showed me the little cool invention. And the invention was already created in the other dimension. It was already existing and done. And it was just like, here, you take it, you go put it out in that where you at, right? On planet Earth, go do it, figure it out. Take your time. You're depressed right now. Take your time. Just relax. He'll get your peace, inner peace. Well, we got way more motherfucking inventions than that one. But I'm a lot smarter. I already know that there's an enemy of my soul that's trying to steal my motherfucking birthright, and I ain't giving it up ever. You go to them niggas and turn them into gang stalkers, not over here. Not over here. And trying to get our people messed up in the game. No, we're calling you out and we're telling you no more. Yeah, the Angie Stone, she was something else, but Angelo had blamed her, but really not real. And if he had given her the chance, she would have helped him out on his journey. It seemed like he wasn't giving her the chance, or the game is treacherous. People backstabbing each other, all types of shit. So you can't trust him. But maybe he felt like he couldn't trust her. And then in many ways she felt that way too. But even when she realized the gravity of how the things was affecting him, it wasn't affecting her as much. Her aura was much more stronger. And then she had a better understanding of certain even concepts than he did. She was trying to help coax him through some things, but it didn't quite look like it mattered, or it may have, I'm not sure with that. I'm just saying what I see spiritually. I don't want to get too much into their business, especially talking about it out loud, but it looked like he might have blamed her. But I don't think up into death. I don't think it was up into death. But I'm just saying when they probably fell out, like they were lovers at one point. Things how it get. D'Angelo, he knew some things, but if you look at his verses. Matter of fact, I wanted to just show you an example of the influencer stuff. Let me show that real quick. I'm not going to play the song, but look how I wanted to give you an example of what it looks like. It could be something like this, but a little more formal in terms of, an actual performance at but this is like when I talk about the joy influencers. It could be something like this, a little silly like this, but, where people could participate, or it could be something a little more of a performance too, where there's an actual setup, instruments and something. It could be that in a designated area, or it could be people who actually do walk around the store and help cheer people up. You see like that. And where people could have a smile on their face with dancing and singing and smiling. You see how they're smiling. You see how he's encouraging them to do a little dance. That's a joy influencer, and they're paid. They could be dancing and singing, any of those things. Okay, so let me pause that. And so when you look at his lyrics, D'Angelo the Vanguard, the lyrics, you have the charade. I'm just gonna go through quickly. 3 hours. I didn't mean to be on here so long. Crawling through a systematic maze, and it pains to demise, pain in our eyes, strain of drowning, wading into your lies. Degradation so loud that you can't hear the sound of our cries. All the dreamers have gone to the side of the road, which we will lay on, inundated by media, virtual mind fucks in streams. All we wanted was a chance to talk. Still, we only got a line on chalk. Feet have blood in miles we walk, revealing the end of the day, the charade. Perpetrators beware, say a prayer if you dare, for the believers, with their faith at the side of the seed enough to be redeemed. Relegated savages bound by the way of the deceivers. So anchors, be sure that you sure we ain't no amateurs. All we wanted was a chance to talk. Instead, we got only outlined and chalk. This is D'Angelo. Does that sound like somebody that's just some chump that don't know what the fuck is going on in the world? Okay, this was his last album. This was one of his, I think, his last album. Now look at this. Betray My Heart. He was waking up. All the day must have its sun, and the night must have its moon. Sure as both must rise and fall. I love this song, by the way. I'll be there to see you through. Just as long as there is time, I will never leave your side. And if you ever that you feel that my love is not sincere, I will never betray my heart. I will never betray my heart. Like the breeze that blows in June, I will steady keep you cool. That I swear with all that's true, I'll take nothing in place in view. When you're feeling down, you, my soul, can depend on me. He's saying, my own soul, I can depend on my own soul. You don't ever have to fear that my love is not sincere. I will never betray my heart. Okay. So let's go to Till It's Done. In a world where we all circle the fiery sun with the need for love, what have we become? Tragedy flows unbound, and there's no place to run till it's done. Questions that call to us, we all reflect upon. Where do we belong? Where do we come from? Questions that call to us, we all reflect upon. Till it's done. Carbon pollution is heating up the air. Do we really care? Do we even care? Do we really know? Do we even care? Acid rain drips on our trees and in our hair. Are you there? Clock ticking backwards on things we've already built. Sons and fathers died. Soldiers' daughters killed. Questions ain't, do we have the resources to build? It's, do we have the will? Perilous dissidents even up to score. Do we even know what we're fighting for? Destiny's crippled and thrown out about on the floor. When we're waging war, questions that call to us, we all reflect upon. Where do we belong? Where do we come from? Questions that call to us, we all reflect upon till it's done. Okay, that's a genius ass fucking lyrics. That's why we 2015. We was going ham. I remember trying to put people on his album. They was like, I can't hear what he's saying because you can't even hear what he's actually saying. We was trying to. It was. I was like, read the lyrics. It's conceptual. It's conceptual. And I wasn't the only one. There was other Black Americans that was really like advocating for it. It came out in 2014, guys. Oh, it's over 11 years ago. So let's read this one. 1,000 deaths. Now this one. Oh, you youths, better open your ears. Okay, don't just right now. Okay, you better listen. When I say Yeshua, I'm not talking about some blonde haired, blue eyed, pale skin, buttermilk complexion, cracker Christ. I'm talking about the Yeshua of the Bible with hair like lamb's wool. I'm talking about the good hair. I'm talking about the nappy hair. His body would be like beryl. Another scripture said his body would be like jasper. Another scripture said his body would be like a fine brass, as though it had been burnt in the oven. The Lord, the Savior, Yeshua, the Lord, the Savior, the Master Redeemer, Yeshua, the Black Revolutionary Messiah, taken up on a hill, up on a mountain by Satan, by the devil. And the devil talked about the new world order. The devil talked about giving Jesus all of this world out there if Yeshua would just seek an alliance with him, if he would just bow down to him. And I dare say to you here tonight, devil, get thee behind me. Satan, get thee behind me. Black people need some peace. White people need some peace. Are we going to have to fight? We're going to have to struggle. Or we're going to have to struggle relentlessly to bring about some peace. Because the people that were asking for peace, they're a bunch of megalomaniac warmongers. And they don't even understand what peace means. We've got to fight them. We got to struggle with them to make them understand what peace means. I can't believe I can't get over my fear. Oh, they're going to send me over the hill. At the moment of truth is near. They're going to send me over the hill. Oh, no. This is D'Angelo. 11 years ago, 1,000 deaths. Oh, watch this part. Oh, read it. We got to keep going. I've been a witness to this game for ages as I stare death in the face, no time to waste. And I charge the game before every time I slip into the unknown. See, he has time traveled here multiple times before, and he knew the game was a bullshit after a while. He's like, it's not even a point in even playing. It's not even fun. It's worthless. It's a worthless game because it's too rigged. And if I charge the game before every time I slip into the unknown, well, that's only when the spot gets blown. It's war. That is the Lord. I won't nut up when we thick up in the crunch because a coward dies 1,000 times, but a soldier only dies just once. Just once. That is D'Angelo. 1,000. That's his last album. So if you guys should be able to understand what the hell is going on. He was one of the interdimensional, and you already know. Okay, let's be real. And he had kept David. He's the one that was saying the game. You go look at Back to the Future. He already knew the game was too rigged. Okay, let's look at this one. How does one attempt to be the kind of friend that you want to keep? I just want to say to thee, even though it might be hard to believe, that the candy-coated thoughts that drift through my sleep lets me know it's you that holds the key. I got a craving for confection so sweet for the taste of when our lips meet. Oh, in another life, I bet you were my girl. I just want to take you with me to secret rooms in the mansions of my mind. Shower you with all that you need. Take my hand. That's where I take my time. I'm not surprised to find that angels compete for the chance to lay down at your feet. I'm going to touch on all the places that please pull you close. I want to feel you breathe. It's another reason for the season. I don't want to break your heart. Oh, another life. Yeah. That part right there, that angels compete. Again, it was always a known thing that there's a group of angels on this planet, both earth angels, fallen angels, and 125D angels. So Nagas 33 or Nagas 125D, however you want to look at it. And you guys can stop acting like a serpentine group of seraphims are not angels of God, because it is in the 9 choirs of angels in the Bible. You can look at the book of Isaiah, the book of Enoch, and Psalms 18. You can read that. It sounds Psalms 18. You are not going to tell me that it does not sound like a dragon. But even that, you look at the seraphs. Okay, the seraphims. Those are fiery serpents. Okay, it tells you that. Look at Back into the Future. And that's how you know it's like he wants to go back to the old 125D order. He's telling you that right there. He wants to go back to the 125D order. This is a time traveler who's already been coming back. He said this was his last lifetime because this fucking planet is so fucking stupid, and not the planet, the system on the planet. Let me rephrase that. Not the planet. The system on the planet is so fucking stupid. It's like this gang for serpents by the murder reality Pierce Beck. People used to come here, serpentine beings used to come here to play this game of fun. Just so y'all know, even ones that was not fallen, even earth angels and the demonic kingdom. Yes, they took over that game, and yes, they have done some really. It got how the fuck did humans get involved in it? Okay, so yes, a lot of people that's coming. That there is going to be some crazy stuff happening because people, for one, is getting the word out interdimensionally about what's going on down here, and people are telling angels just like D'Angelo and even Angie Stone, they are telling Annie Leah and a lot of others because they the ones that get the beings. Though they, I can't even talk to talking too much. They the ones that go first. Okay, because they saying, okay, it's like you lose you about to lose at a video, you're playing a video game, you about to lose, you hurry up, unplug the game and sabotage the person that's about to win. That's what's going on down here with all humans and spiritual beings that's not a part of their system. You better wake up. If you are outside of their system and they decide to all gang up on you and then they end up still losing, they'll still rig it. I'm telling you, and people that's in the game are tired of seeing it because it's not even fun. It's stupid. There's no incentive to play, whether you're inside of the club or outside of the club. And so that's what D'Angelo is pretty much fucking saying. And he said it 10 years ago, right in his album that everybody said, well, he can't hear what he's saying. I could. So look at this one. I said, I think it's just being so carefree and loose. It's just natural, second nature, chilling at the bar. You know what I'm saying? And it's just hard. You have to do whatever. Fuck. It used to come a whole lot simpler back then. Shit was a lot simpler back then. It is a fact. Traveling at the speed of light. And then at the same time, oh, I'm in the same spot too. The room was kept in about the same way you left it. What about the threats, the mess, and the attitudes? Where you been with all your grin until all your friends turn their backs on you? Reminiscing over what you've been missing. Could it be just like cousins kissing? That's taboo. So I want to go back. I want to go back to the way it was now. I want to go back to the way it was. I used to get real high. Now I'm just getting buzzed. I want to go back. I want to go back to the way it was. The 125D order. That's what he's saying. You want to go back to 125D order. Y'all can laugh at him and saying, oh, you want to go back to God? You want to go back to source? Yeah, that's what the fuck. Like, it's so many, it's even Prince demons and King demons. I'm not saying D'Angelo was a demon. I'm just saying it's even them that's already going back to the 125D order. So you could shut the fuck up. Trying to shame him. Trying to shame D'Angelo. Just like they try to shame Angie Stone, too. Because the Angie Stone wanted to go back to the 125D order, and she left the industry and called it out and called out the demonic stuff and the witchcraft they were doing on her out of their jealousy of Angie Stone's brilliant gifts, brilliant, strong spirit, and dark skin. Just like there's people jealous of light skin, there are people jealous of dark skin. Yes, there are. Mm-hmm. And so, um, that's let me see. Is there anything else? Prayer. Oh, let's look at prayer. It says, Our Father, which art hallowed be thy name, the kingdom come. Okay, so I think it's a traditional prayer. Okay, look at this part. Look at this part. The devil, with the devil on. I know he would try to stop you from seeing your days. But you gotta pray all the way till you get on. I believe that someday we will rise. I know that he would try to harm you. And if you care, I know that you would make it to the promised land. But you gotta pray. You gotta pray. You gotta pray for redemption. Lord, just keep me from temptation, deliver us from evil. Oh yeah. And look at this, it's soul prayer. So you already know that he knows about the industry. Y'all can sit there trying to say it ain't satanic, it ain't nothing. Why is he all of a sudden talking like this? He's about trying to speed light, all types of stuff and codes and stuff that you can pick up. These people are not crazy. I keep saying the same thing for a reason, and all these occultist weirdos keep trying to tell you what to try to keep trying to tell. I don't know. Like the fact that you keep trying to tell me is not real, make me really suspicious. Now, yeah, I do think that there's a lot of, and he said all this confusion around me. Give me peace. I believe in love. Look at this. See, that's it. Give me peace. I believe in love. Mm-hmm. And once he made a decision, okay, they hit you with that pancreatic cancer. They hit you with all the other cancers too. Other, other, because I'm like, all that stuff is made. Cancer is man-made. You guys should read on that right now. Cancer is man-made. And so, you want to get 10 years. Probably going a little quicker. That's what he said. So, you know, but you're not gonna play him either. Yeah, he struggled in that industry. He really did. And he said he's I ain't asked for all that. I just wanted to do motherfucking music. I just wanted to do, you know, for art's sake. He says Michael D'Angelo. Look at his name, Michael Archer. His name was Michael Eugene Archer. Michael Eugene. Look at this genie. And then Eugene. EU. Wow. Eugene. I'm trying to, okay. That's why he got all spiritual like that. He knew. He said he found out. He was like, man, I ain't, I come. He's a time traveler. I played this game before plenty of times, but this is boring. This ain't no motherfucking fun ass game no more. That's what he was saying. And guess what? He's not the only one to say this, and not the only one of influence to say it either. There's other people. Yeah, they doing other people dirty, damn dirty. Because everybody knows there's reincarnated spirits on this planet. Everybody know there's angels on this planet. Everybody know there's demons on this planet, and they coming out and speaking out. Now a lot of them are going to die, or they're going to get attacked. But it's so many coming out. It's not. It's so hard to attack all of them. How are you going to attack every single last one of them? Please. Mm-mm. It was trying to let you know, man. This shit is boring. And so they want to gaslight us and say, "Oh, y'all just miserable. Okay, we found peace, but y'all not about to sit and put us in no fucking digital metaverse. Y'all ain't about to try to piece us into no motherfucking guillotine, bitch. No, you just because you scream peace. Oh, here's your digital ID. Here's your social credit. No, 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 no. I believe in peace and I believe in love. But you can't have peace when you have peace within yourself. How you gonna try to bring peace to another country? You don't have peace within your own country. You have to have peace within yourself. And shit, you can't do somebody dirty and fuck them over and continuously and still be fucking them over and then demand that they keep peace. No, I don't work that way. Peace is oftentimes war, and sometimes you don't have peace without war. And sometimes you have the elements of when people try to push all that peace stuff on you, it's because they know they're gonna lose against you, and then they gonna backstab your ass any fucking ways. Once you agree to their terms, especially if you're naive, loving soul like my ass or like other melanated people. Still gonna try to play you. They still gonna bait and switch on you. They still gonna gaslight you. Still gonna lie to you. Act like they are on your side. Act like they're your friend, and then backstab you. He's an Aquarius, born February 11th. My adopted sister Brianna was born on February 11th. He was born in Richmond, Virginia. Michael Eugene Archer, born in Richmond, Virginia. His father, Pentecostal minister, playing in the church when he moved to New York City in 1991, was hip hop IDU, intelligent, daily, but unique. See, look at that. Don't that sound like IPU from Nike University? Intelligent, daily, but unique. See, that's beautiful to get closer to the mystery at that night performance. I know you wish, I know you regretted getting to get closer to the. So he performed at theater, amateur night at Apollo. People didn't know. I just wish we would have set up our own shit, believe in our own self, do our own thing, our own way. And that's really another code that we got to learn. And God is going to force us to learn it. That I know. And that's why I say I'm prepared to learn it. Even myself, I got things to learn. Intelligent, daily, but unique. His that was his hip hop group name. That's a nice name. I actually like that. Okay, so the fourth album, "Sit It On," was written by D'Angelo and R&B singer Angie Stone in dedication to their son, Michael Archer Jr., who was born in 1998. Oh, wow. Okay, so D'Angelo explained personal struggles and withdrew from the public eye. Yeah, he did. He did not like after October 20,000. After a few collaborations, live performances over the years, D'Angelo and the Vanguard and released the surprise album Black Messiah in December 2014, 14 years after release of Voodoo. The album earned his third and fourth Grammy Awards for Best R&B Album and Best, Really Love on October. Oh, wow. Okay. And Best on October, he passed away from battle with pancreatic cancer at the age of 51. But isn't that interesting? That was his last album, and you read them lyrics, and see, they look, they realized that there were so many Black American angels that's getting tired of the game, and they gave out all these codes in their albums and their music, and is telling all other humans about the game, and they're killing them. Yeah. Mhm. Why do you think so many Black Americans died last year? All those artists, because they you see it's comply or die, and if they didn't comply, they killed them. But what I think people didn't realize they was putting all this stuff in their lyrics, and now this is the time they wanted to come out. This is the time they wanted it to come out. Hmm. So that's why people say, "Oh, yeah, we're in the industry and dragging a legacy and stuff." Some people deserve to be dragged, but I do send my condolences to D'Angelo, and I don't think he's one of the ones that deserve to be dragged. I don't think that you know he saw the industry for what it was and bowed out, and wanted struggle, Um, but that doesn't take away from his talent. It doesn't take away from clearly his last album, having many codes of being saved and many codes of saving himself and many codes of him realizing what the system was and what it was about and evolving. Not to religion, but there's codes in this album that where this part right here. I believe in love. That right there. I believe in love. Because what was the two greatest commandments? I believe in love. So that's what he was trying to be on about the love. Mm-hmm. Angel and the Vanguard. That was an excellent album, just like Brown Sugar was. And see, I had to listen to that fourth album. I didn't get to I didn't listen to that one with the one with Angie Stone. I didn't know. I think that would be an interesting little thing for me to do is actually go listen to that album because I never did. I have to say I only listened to Brown Sugar, Voodoo, and Black Vanguard. I didn't even know he had a fourth album. They didn't promote that at all. Because I remember growing up seeing Voodoo and seeing other people listening to Voodoo too. Obviously everybody saw that Brown Sugar cover. Okay, well let me get my ass on up off of here. You know, I think that's all I wanted to say. And so you guys have a great, great, great weekend. And remember, I believe in love. Bye. Okay, so thanks, Mike checks back. Um, I am going to play just a little couple of songs. I'm going to take it off of YouTube, obviously. Just at this time, be careful. Because you might see smear campaigns on D'Angelo. Um, and so just use your discernment, uh, pray on it, or you can just ignore the whole thing. Like, if you didn't grow up listening to D'Angelo, I could imagine, it was probably not but it's more so just being observant, because I think people have their own agendas. This planet has its own agendas. God has her agenda. This universe has its own intelligence of how it's going to move. And so, you know, um, when people think they can get involved in other people's, you know, I would just tell people to just use your discernment and be careful when about like the smear campaigns on anybody that you see because we really don't know what this stuff is all about. Even if we act like we do, even if we spiritualists, even if we are clairvoyant, we don't know everything, and it's just like people don't want to admit that people will want to be seen in a certain type of light of as all powerful as all this is all they usually just grifting, usually probably stealing someone else's stilo too. um and so the public is at risk of getting bamboozled, that's all I can say with situations like this because obviously, there's catalogs involved, there's royalty, so there's money. That means there's money, and then people say and do things for money. Well, to me, it's something about this situation that I don't quite like, and as far as some of the things that I've been hearing about D'Angelo, like it's like they want to paint him in a negative light. And what I would tell um is just a discernment, so what did he stand for? What did he say? To whom does it benefits that this smear camp, that this whatever they're saying about him, that he can't even defend himself anymore. Why didn't it come out when he was alive? Why didn't you say nothing when he was alive? It's just shit like that. Like when you see certain, like, oh, he did this and ask those type of things, because that may come out in lieu of the powers that be studying his album and studying things and realizing, like, okay, people can actually read these lyrics for themselves or something, and then that's when they go after the person. And so just be careful, because it's gonna it can ramp up. People getting targeted all the time out here, men and women, young and old, well known and not known, deserved and not deserved. Okay. I'll say that again: deserved and not. When does it this someone, under what circumstances does someone get targeted, or under what circumstances are you overcharging? Are you just taking it upon yourself? What if they said the truth, you just didn't like the truth? So they said something that was true, you just didn't like the truth, or were you just envy of them? It's a lot going on, so you just have to be careful. But nonetheless, let's play a little bit of songs, and let me take this off of YouTube. So if you're on YouTube, I do appreciate you rocking with me. I'm not going to even play too many songs, but just a couple, and just chill out. I really wish I probably should have got to this earlier, because I didn't mean to be on here this long. So let me just remove this.